Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to LJPCBM 2020 day 228, and today we'll be doing two free book reviews, an unboxing video, and we'll wrap up with daily files and stuff for the night. And so let's just quietly do the unboxing video, and we're gonna wrap up with book reviews. And all you have to do now is do a daily files of content for the day, and we're gonna wrap things up. So let's do it. Anyway, even though I was silently doing this, and I want to make sure about making my content more easier, that doesn't mean I want to do anything the best way I can do it. We took the camera over here somewhere, so it's more easier. There we go. Done. So it'd be easier to do an unboxing video than just that, but that's just me. Anyway, let's do an unboxing video. Okay. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Today we're doing an unboxing video, just one package, and today we'll open this up right now. So we got, shall we? So we got, it's made out of, not cardboard, but it's made out of a bag or something. Not only that, it's made out of the Barney bag. And speaking of which, let me just see here. I just didn't know what we need. Yeah, it's like Barney New York City reference. It is Barney's favorite farm animals. For those of you Barney fans out there who love Barney, or which I am, you're gonna love this book because I already have it. It's from the it's in early 2000s. So, dedicated to the memory of Richard C. Leach, who passed away in 2002 or 2001, I don't know. But this book was awesome. Front, the side, and the back, and features Hey Entertainment logo, the Barney logo, and the two Barney logos respectively. Yeah. I haven't read this in a long time, so I figure it's time for me to read this book, you guys, and then feature either a bedtime stories episode or something like that. That's just me. I had to be careful not to ruin the pages saying E-I-E-I-O. But anyway, and that wraps up with the book reviews. Excuse me. Unboxing video for today. August 14th, 2020. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one. It's gonna be some book reviews of Street Gang. We're currently on chapter 18 of the book, which is going to be finishing up by the end of the day. Chapter 18 and the prologue will be done. Now for this, I'll be doing a final thoughts in the book, which is episode 21 of book reviews. But until next time, this is Joe saying goodbye, peace out, baby. We get more unboxing videos and all these good activities for you guys very soon. Till then, Joe saying out. See ya. Now, let's save that project as, I spelled wrong. Video 4/8/14/2020. Save. Love that book. I just cannot believe it. It's smaller than my DVD player. I could do something for 5 minutes, 5 hours. Okay. See how long that takes. 3, 2, 1. 8:58. Good. Okay. See where this is going. Now I need to do now is do like a book review? What? Hang on. Okay, there we go. Got it. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to Book Reviews episode 19, and today we read you Street Gang episode chapter 18 in the book, and we're gonna wrap up with the upwards and final thoughts of the book. There will be 2 episodes for this wrap up of the book, so let's just read it now in chapter 18 of the book and see what we got, shall we? See what we got. We already have finished chapter 17, so now what we're gonna do now is we're in chapter 17. Where are you? Chapter 18. Chapter 18 is... Wait, hold on. One moment, folks. Chapter 18 is over here. Epilogue. Okay, that's where we're at. Okay. We're on page, 3. We're going to be finishing up in 340, but okay. See where this is going. Okay. We're going to be on chapter 18, 295 of the page. Okay, chapter 18. The 90s were a time of transition from Sesame Street, as the original arcadiages would pronounce it, and builders and Enterprise face changes in the cultural landscape trials of the show, and the show's on their own minority. Everything can happen to the family, happen to those of us who work on Sesame Street, says Dougie Singer, whoever her share of the challenges of the executive producer of the show during the period when its docents in preschool television was trendish. She had many tense days and different messages to deliver, but the worst moment came on the afternoon in early January, just 8 days into the new decade. On January 9, 1990, the Austin, New York police raced onto Stony Lodge Hospital, a 61-bed psychiatric factory in South Boulevard, west of Chester County, where Norfolk Calloway had fallen into violent rage. Wow, this is sad. Striking the staff of citation, would pronounce it. Police described Calloway as agitated and troubled as they arrived and slowly managed to barrier around him, not wishing to make matters worse with sudden movements. Calloway clearly did not want to be handcuffed, and so ensued. The more Calloway struggled, the more danger he posed to himself and others. While he was being subdued, he went into fighting seizure and then dropped on the floor. And what Calloway came as a shock. Even the hospital's trained staff, Calloway was just 41 years old when the cardiac arrest. He was transported by ambulance to the nearby Phillips Hospital where he pronounced dead arrival. It felt the singer out to break the news of Calloway's death into Sesame Street's cast and crew. The hardest one to tell was how Allison Bartlett, singer, recalled. She loved Norvin when she came on the show. They worked in Hooper's store together. He mentioned her. They fought. They're still both she's still a teenager, Bartlett, whatever, Calloway's ups and downs. As tragically as anyone on the set, even as she has good reason to be wary of him, he showed up unannounced one day at Regalia High School and proposed to her. It was becoming the incident, and to number which Calloway bit music coordinator Danny Hobson, the actor who had automatically been dismissed. He had finally ran out of second chances with a corporation that by all rights could have been survived several ties with him. After he rampaged to Nashville. Wow, this was sad. Next page. We have to let him go because the thing got so bad, Singer said. By the late 80s, Conway's become useless in the set and a burden. He would stare around the scene and look like he was had potato chip crumbs on his face, said Carol Spinney. I wonder why the makeup people did wipe around his mouth. He was so out of this he didn't check the mirrors, so that he looked great for the camera. The last time that really used to him, he only had one line to say, because he couldn't remember a second sentence. They shoot one sentence at a time, and they changed the camera angle. In the early years of the show, he had so many interesting, wonderful ideas, and he really cared for this character, Singer said. After the incident in Nashville, I have a hard time with the front office convincing them that still could keep Northman on the show. It was a part of me that he was extremely ill, so I fought to keep him, Singer said. You don't fire people because they're very sick, and I agree with that. It was ultimately felt the Singer as the executive producer to dismiss Calloway. I called Northman's psychiatrist to find out the best way to break the news to him, but the doctor saw me as a villain. Wow, as we will help. She said, 2 of us met Northman at a restaurant because our bosses have suggested we made it a public place. Northman actually took it well, spanking me for all the orders he had. Singer was realized that Calloway did not to cause the sense. Nice. So seriously hope it was sad to see him go in the past 3 decades. The Westchester County Coroner's Office in Valhalla performing Officer Calloway cause of death listed in the coroner's report for case number 1990-0079 was exhaustive, probably washes, now more committed, referred to as an excited dormant syndrome, EDS for short. A criminal analyst revealed traces of antipsychotic drugs, carbamazepines, and formaldehyde in tissue, but no evidence of cocaine or recreational drugs of any kind. Most who succumb to EDS have been under the influence of illegal substances. Calloway was laid to rest following the celebrity attended memorial service in Albany. It was some time since his colleagues from Sesame Street had since seen or heard from him. Most grieve with the loss in private. When something happened in the news, I was often think, I wonder what Northman would think of this. So Susan Mazzano said, you know, somehow he lives on. He was a man of tremendous energy and potential. He could sing, he could dance, he could tell jokes, he could write music, he could produce. She said, followed by a long pause. But he also always wanted it now. Today, Mazzano is married and mother of Gabrielle Rose Reagan, who played Maria's daughter, Gabby, for 2 seasons of Sesame Street. Her daughter is now at the same age Selena was when they first stepped onto the Sesame Street set. Mazzano smiled comparatively, we pronounce it, with one eyebrow raised. when she spoke out of how she and Conway broke a television barrier back then, almost at a whim. When I first auditioned for Sesame Street, the script had it that David and Maria were off up against terminate doors and was making out. Like a sense out of West Side Story, she recalled. The internal shooting scripts weren't written that way. So it was Norman and I we decided that David and Maria would go steady. Okay. We played it up that way, taking it that as far as we possibly could. Joan did not encourage it, but the writers picked up on the right way. Maria and David gave Sesame Street that add dimension of teen romance. It was sad. But they're better than fans of Sesame Street. Remember Calloway just did that way as a handsome charmer who helped out Mr. Hooper in the store and had a thing for the Latina who used to curl up with a book and the fire escape that ran up in the side of a brownstone Sesame Street. I once gave a speech at university and a professor in her late 30s came up to me, Mazan recalled. She said, "You're Norman one of the J.Lo and P. Diddy of my generation." When no one's looking, Northwestern University freshman 70 design rule tore a full page out of a stray copy of the Chicago Tribune, went happily in their work, went way back in the dorm. May 16th, 1990 has begun. Even better for the dominant commission student from Pittsburgh. As she had taken Harlan famously news with a would-be puppeteer, the Muppets were given an added passionate performance with Walt Disney World, a place where the public could celebrate the Xenius Disarmino and Esmond Barney with a huge singing voice. Though she just might venture down there to see them in performance someday, and perhaps there would be an internship possibility. During the first year living at the Communications Radio College of NEU, this all have gained the freshman 15. And then some, she said she had become slightly self-conscious of her appearance. I have a bit bad late 80s. Then early 90s perm. She at once told her hometown Pittsburgh Post Gazette. It was obvious early on in college when that look mattered. I was a character actor who didn't look right for a character part. When I looked into watching the old Bugs Bunny cartoons or the Muppet Show, I realized how motivated the humor is. Watching old Sesame Street and Muppet Show episodes, I've begun to think puppetry will get the way to do character would work without it mattering what I was look like. Next page. It helped that she already had been reported of comic voice that allowed her to play a size, shape, I'm not going to say yes word, or species. As I went back to my dorm room that day, saw the message board at the door and the note from my friend Ryan. It said, "Sorry about Jim Henson. The Sorrow didn't know what to make of it." The previous week, there was a bit of a campus hoax. Where it had been a widely rumored that Steve Martin had died. God! Really? Anyway, in the age where most students did not have a television in their rooms. You gotta be kidding me. That just made no sense to me. Steve Martin is still alive in his 70s. Don't make fun of Steve. Anyway, and with no internet handy, some pranks were easy to pull off in a vacuum and a lot of the college campus. So that where my heart headed. Some sicko had started a new rumor. After all, there's no news of Jim Henson dying in a turb trip that just wiped. It's just it didn't take long before I learned that the horrible news was true. And I agree, Jim Henson passed away. A friend at the campus who had started the Jim Henson Company the previous summer called his friend Craig Sherman in New York to verify the report. Sherman would then walk in the public relations department at the Henson that had been found nearby every call to have come into the building that morning. The rest of the company was in shock behind closed doors. Desvariation would pronounce it, walk around Northwestern the days. As well, wherever I wound up going to classes that day with mine at birth. She said, I do remember that I suddenly signed up to use the dorm's screening room for the rest of the day, into the night, and invited friends to come and watch Muppet movies, Muppet shows, and Sesame Street, and everything else Muppet-related that we can dig up on VHS. In silence that night, the group watched a PBS special produced by Children's Television Workshop, directed and hosted by Joan Stone. There's a tradition at Northwestern of painting the large rock that sits in the center of the cluster of South Campus buildings, the apparition said. Organizations to do it to promote events and whatnot. I thought that maybe I should paint the rock as a tribute to Jim that night, but no one was available to help. It was a very big rock, so Fahrenheit and some stay up all night to paint it. So my friend Kathy and I got some street chalk and did some sidewalk art. We drew a picture of Kermit and Ernie with the caption, "Thanks, Jim." That following week, the Abjurail saw snippets of a Henson memorial on the evening news. The dorm moms have been the reception and the news only deserved about 15 or 30 seconds of the story. She said, I didn't know any of those people who were singing and waving from butterflies, but they're like many of them. The tears fell from the main man I did not know. It was a soul that Jim Henson didn't live to meet Desario. A third-generation Muppet performer, and it would be found in various of the rare. A self-made female puppeteer who would not only nail a range of inspired voices and master the psychological challenges, snag a Tony nomination for Avenue Q, a musical that simulated spoof and solidated Sesame Street. Jim Henson and Jerry Nelson had been shooting the breeze in Central Florida one day, watching a video playback of the scene, just taping at Walt Disney World in Orlando. I said to Jim that I was hoping to could retire soon. Nelson recalled, "This is not happening." But anyway, with that, Henson recalled, "You are not going to retire," and I agree with Henson, he said firmly. Nelson, slightly taken aback, turned directly to his boss, a bit surprised. Nelson was just getting a point in life where there was enough money to come into this concern slowing down a bit. Plus, he just lost a daughter to psychotic fatherless and had been carrying the weight of grief for many years. Henson had graciously given his colleagues a percentage of such projects as Fraggle Rock, the actual HBO series. Now it airs on Apple TV Plus, by the way. Now it's called Fraggle Rock. I can't remember the show now, but that's just me. They use puppets to disseminate the relationship between species. After Nelson had spent so many years working away from home from the Muppet Show and some Muppet movies, his nest at Cape Cod, a coastal retreat now near Promenade Town, was Brigham and his wife. The good live awaited, but Hanson wanted to hear none of it. Baby, weird us out of here. While Hanson then said to Nelson with a laugh, "In my case, it's getting closer to that." That comment would take a hard quality after Nelson and a group of colleagues returned to New York from Florida in the spring of 1990. David Ruman, a young puppeteer from Chicago, who was new to the Muppets, remembered that Henson has looked ill and drained while they were shooting at Disney World in Orlando. Wow. When the performers reunited in New York to look at the commercial, Henson failed to appear. Their leader would be the new show was an extraordinary event, and the puppeteers waited for hours. Nobody knew where he was, Ruman said. Henson was also failed to appear later that day to a party to promote a PBS special that would air on the following night. Back home in Chicago, Ruman was awakened by a late-night call from Richard Hunt, alerting him that something was seriously wrong with Henson. Richard said he was on his way to a hospital and that he called, next page, me as soon as he learned anything more. Ruman said, around 2 a.m., Kevin Clash called saying, "Get back here to New York right away." Ruman took the first flight of O'Hare and sped the Henson workshop where the college had begun gathering in early morning hours. By then, Henson was gone. Everybody was walking around like zombies, Ruman said. We started talking about the memorial service right away. It helped everyone get focused. Joan Cooney was told about Henson's death at dawn. She called Doggy Singer around 7 a.m. I was in a sleepy daze, Singer said. I didn't know that Jim has been sick. So my first reaction was disbelief. Jim has been such a workaholic. So many times I seen him work like with the flu. People told me how was he tough out of the case, walking phenomena for a year before in London. He had his most powerful will, and I don't think he listened to his body. He just went ahead and worked his way through illness. Later in the morning, Emily Kinsey, who was driving into Manhattan from Westchester County, wires me at Children's Television Workshop when she heard a radio report of Henson's death. Almost drove off the road, she said. It turned out that all of us had heard the news on our way to work. So in a spooky way, when we were experiencing it together, puppeteer friend Bill was recording voiceovers in the Young Roberts Cam advertising agency when the casting director broke the news. For years, I couldn't talk about that day, she said, but now I believe it was that if Jim Henson somehow could think have been informed about he died, he was said, interesting. He would have just accepted it, taking it with a grain of salt, and not wondering about choices that he made along the way. He would not have said, "Gee, I wish I could have gone to the doctor." I remember one time in a set, I saw Jim back was wounded. Brill continued. I said, "Jim, you're bleeding from the back." And he said, "It was no big deal. Jim was gone, just didn't do the doctor thing." Bernie Billerstein's eyes was aggression, and his voice cracked with emotion when he talked about his clients for years. A client Jim would know he was going to die. Burleson said, shaking his head, when a man of 53 when he felt felt he was then going to die anytime soon. Well, instructions for this funeral, instructions that he meant to be read aloud. Not only did he wrote to his kids, mentioned he wanted to speak up at the memorial. He also inducted his purposes for the entertainment. A little registry he had. My bet is that Jim felt his kids would do his wrong, and he didn't want to leave anything to chance. Other numbers of Henson's corpse and advertisers were also magnetized by the letters left behind. Muppet Show executive producer David Laser said Jim copied me on that letter. It was a promotion and it spoke to me. Why else would a man would be so vital? Who loved life so much? Who loved being happy and making other people happy? Write a letter that was so serious and intent. I've only heard him mentioned twice in the years I have known him. We were flying to Los Angeles at a time when his son John was about to face a serious operation. But we had a deadline to meet. Jim turned to me and said, if anything were to happen to any of my kids, I don't know how it could handle it. But that was a big statement with someone who never talked about monetarily. The only one who was time was that letter. This was the man who loved having good time gambling clubs in England. He threw major clubs parties. This man had love, fun, and a show up in the characters very happy and intellectual outlook. His values was not materialistic. Even though he liked to dress up and eat in nice places, it was one in the universe. One of the universe. You could look in the sunset and it would feed him. It was always someone else got $1 million check. Jim was about the harmony with people in the nature. There's a reason why the Muppets are different colors, shapes, and sizes. He was never been racist, five in his head, and I agree with that. He celebrated everyone's difference. Some of the characters are cranky, some are fist, some are that, but they are pals together. They stick together advertisely. There's a lesson I've learned from Jim just by being around him. Burton said Jim loved being Jim. And he should show it. Could show it, especially during the later years of his here in Los Angeles with Missouri sweetheart, and his falling hair, who would figure Jim Henson to be a guy who would rent a yacht, way you pronounce it, Y-A-C-T-H-T, way you pronounce it. But I took him on a cruise one year, and he took me to the next, celebrating our 25th birthday anniversary together, Jim had a love for athletic things, for beautiful things, and a beautiful woman. And this obvious person who died in 2008 had a modern version himself and traded in glass, a one-of-a-kind gift for a man who would spend weeks working on supplies for someone else he held dear. During the memorial service, Frank Oz provided a hard-to-top example. One Christmas season, Henson approached Oz backstage during the season of the Muppets, would feature on Saturday Night Live. It was just prior to dress rehearsal, and the other guys had gone off to lunch. Jim said Jim and I were just hanging out in the halls, he just come with the camera, and Jim said he was in a quiet, embarrassing way. Frank, I need to go in the dressing room with you. If you can take off all your clothes, I could take a picture of you naked. Ugh. That is so gross. But anyway, next page. I said, well, what? And he said, I really don't need to take a picture of you naked. We discussed this for a while, and I said, alright. So we went into the dressing room, and I took off my clothes, butt naked, locked the door, of course, and he said, no, now pose, put your hands over your genitals, which I'm glad to do. He said, bend over forward, and look into the camera and stay up a stalk, which was not difficult at the time. So I bent over, and he looked at some photos of me. So I dressed, and we did the show. Wow. Some days later, Henson, also received a sculpt while hanging that was entitled "Burt and Self-Conservation." That was so gross. But anyway, it featured Burt with his arms holding the ledge, filled with tiny toy birds and faux miniatures of Henson's workshop and employees. Wow. Henson has painted layers of his artwork, like Earth stations, which are gathered where the layers of Burt's mind, and his soul. Wow. Oz said, and ripping those layers, he painted beautiful pictures. When you pick it up and to merge it, Oz knows that Burt's pimples has been cut out. Wow. Offered an invitation to look through like a hole in the fence. You look inside Burt's brain. Now I am naked. Wow. Oz said, I knew it had gone a good reason. Trust it was a martyr of everything lasting relationship. If Jim hasn't had yours, there wasn't anything he wanted to do. Burt and Oz, two conservators of funny, were Henson's wingman, and I agree about it. It was very hilarious. Henson trusted Joan Cooney as well. They exchanged truth and confidence with ease and reality, read each other's moods. Laughter permeated Jim's work, and that which he adored most with his work. With the Muppets, Cooney explained. This is not to say that Jim did not have his down moments and darker side. His darker side was readily apparent, but without it, he would not have many fantasy adventure films like The Dark Crystal and Labyrinth, which is awesome. Both did not do so well in the box office, and Shirley panned, and I felt worried. Jim had the film fall after Dark Crystal failed to meet the audience expectations. I can tell you that he was seriously depressed, and we were worried about him, and I felt worried about him as well. Cooney said moviegoers sense a lack of sympathizations. In Henson's tackling of serious themes, Jim had a serious, earnest slide, but there wasn't much there. The NOS was all in the comedy. The program at Henson's Memorials was prepared in 5 days. Martin G. Baker, an Englishman who produced The Muppet Show, Fraggle Rock, and the Jim Henson Hour, coordinated the logistics. Colin Kenworthy, Vice President of Production of Henson Associates and Directors of the London-based Henson Creators Shop, told the Washington Post in June 1990 that work on the 2.5-hour memorial was the most moving experience I ever had. Someone said it's the only memorial service I ever been to that excuse me, then you could take on the road. It was a wonderful interaction of us. That we were disagreeing in many ways, having very strong views. Trying not to say what would Jim have done. There was a lot of disagreements. And by the end, we came up with a service that was a real achievement. That's the best hope for the future. That you can have strong creative talents unlimitedly. Barn Baker produced it as he was producing a big show. Craig Simon recalled, after a vote, the Henson family turned down CNN's request to broadcast it live. Wow. The service was videotaped for possibility in keeping the material comprehensive regarding the Jim Henson comedy for its history. Wow. The service was spontaneous outpouring, said Salmon. Very little out of it was scripted. In preparation for it, crushers and employees accumulated firmly butterflies on wands to hand out to attendees. To gesture with was undertaken not only to honor the spirit of Henson's more friendly work, but almost to provide to a kind of background character with this first scene. Both types of butterflies have been used in the many of Henson's productions. Simon said Jim was working with some character in the background. It was just as likely to have picked a butterfly than anything else, and I agree with that. Sheeman, who had no gas relations to 600 to 700 invitees, said the previous preparations proved a godsend. Everyone was so numb. We all were looking for something to do. By the time the guests were escorted to the pews, Sheeman realized to have no seat in his own. But the foreigners who provided all the weekly arrangements of the Henson Company and who had done the flowers for memorial service has been put aside for 2 foreign chairs in the side closet. Craig and the foreigners extended a while we sat together. Wow. The mother performers were seated together for the memorial service. Housewife, we called friend Bill. Respected Henson's wishes. The puppeteers were no black. Brill chose a purple and white dress. A colleague Anne had walked through countless challenges before, but nothing approached having the mushers through strength to get through this day. There was a lot of emotion and a lot of memories, a lot of candles, said Brill. Cried from the beginning of the memorial to the end. I have never been inside St. John to divine before, and the overwhelming majesty of the place, and inside the huge crowd that came to honor Jim. People who were strangers to him moved me deeply. The immortality of Jim influenced how beloved a figure he was to so many people all over the world. Really hit me. Next page. Anyway. At one point, we all got on stage to sing the Rainbow Connection, and I just mouthed the words because I couldn't stop crying. I remember being on all of those gold. A wonderful British puppeteer who had been working the Muppet Show, who sang Bring Him Home. That beautiful song from Les Maybes, Babel's way to pronounce it. She never lose her composure. I don't know how she did it. And of course, after so many had spoken about Jim, there's a long silence. And the next scheduled speaker has missed their cue, will recall, but then there was a murmur in the body of the church. And everyone began to realize there was a great difference. Beyond that, Aljo Big Bird was slowly walking towards us. As he walked, he looked left and right, and the congregation, we pronounce it, as if he was a rewired child. Wow. It was exactly what a 6-year-old would do. The more the congregation grew and grew as more people saw him approaching. It was quite a while for him to get in the front. When he finally reached the spotlight, he began to sing. It was breathtaking, yeah. Big Bird was never so three-dimensional as he was that day. He was in the conventional. So questioning, wondered by the loss, and they were so brave. Just as he had before the taping of the episode Mr. Hooper's death, Carol Spinney dug down deep and it came up with a performance steep intellectually. As he began, Big Bird seemed slightly baffled and dazed at first, perhaps began because of the artist underneath all the yellow dyed feathers was the artist who owned his initial hood to Jim Henson. Being hired to perform Big Bird, an Oscar, has been the breath of the lifetime. Although it took more than 10 years of struggle for Spinney to be fascinated at the level demonstrate with his abilities and his characters renowned, his salary was shamefully low for both show business standards. He did begin to spread flourish in the 80s. More than that, Spinney met and married the love of his life thanks to Sesame Street. He occurred after his first wife left him. There was the three Spinney children, and not and tall. She done right off, Spinney said. She had it that I was in television. Even when I got Big Bird and accomplished that, I was just have a dream of doing as a kid. And I was on the best children's show on television, just as I have predicted to my mother and so long ago. Well, but my wife used to say, I wish to God you weren't in the show business, and I felt worried. I embarrassed her, but when she left, I just vanished. My little boy Ben was just a year old, and I have a bad spell living without my children. But now I'm recording session in 1973. Spinney has been a young woman from the Children's Television Workshop Research Department who had been enlisted to watch over some children called and to sing. It wasn't the first time that she had been tried to her. Twice before he had asked Deborah out once as her dad at the Children's Television Workshop at another time at the Children's Television Workshop Christmas party, only to learn that she was married. The third time, it was Deborah who approached Spinney to recreate the scene in 2003 more, which I'll get back to that some other time. She seemed to know me, but I didn't know how. She told me that since our marriage had recently ended, she was living with her family on Long Island. I was about to go on a tour with the show, but I was promised to call her when I got back. Those months later, when I met her at the Children's Television Workshop, we walked towards Central Park. We held hands on our way to the pattern on the green. But before we finished dinner, we both knew in our hearts that we would be married. 13 days after our first date, we were walking down Broadway doing 67th Street. I was completely overpowered with the most fantastic, wonderful feeling of shouting Bird out, "You will marry me, won't you?" And she said, "Yes." I spun her around and kissed her, and already more love than I ever have been in my life. And it's been that way ever since. Wow. Bernie Burston has the misfortune of being listed next to the memorial service or after Big Bird. Jim told me to never follow Big the Bird, he said. There's a ripple of laughter and applause. He then began in earnest. In the business world, the only one who shouts and loudest usually gets the more attention. Jim Henson rarely spoke above the whisper. You have to lean into to hear him most of the time, but it was always worth the effort. David Laser and I knew out loud who his whisper it was. It was a man with a vision. And I invoked his greatest appeal with a symbol of human emotions. The purest of ideas he was not above using advanced technologies means to achieve his goals. My friend Jim, by the most defiance of genius, but not like Edison suggested. Edison said genius was 1% inspiration and 99% inspiration. Way to pronounce it. With Jim, I think it was about 99%, yeah, 50, excuse me, I misspoke, but anyway. His ability to create with whole worlds of people and things, it was well documented. As well has been legacy forever. But after coming up with the concept, he worked tirelessly on every phase on the process to see what that was the best that can possibly be. As a rule, professions and the real pain they drive the people around them crazy in their single-minded search for exclusive. But Jim inspired people to be better than they thought they could be. To be more creative, more daring, more outrageous, and ultimately more successful, and he did it without raising his voice. The whisper, that whisper will stay with us for a long time. Now we'll just have to listen to a very horror, The 5 Henson children showed the special around the mother, a good 10 pages beyond. The Henson daughters and sons were emotionally dressed. Next page. In shades of blue, green, and tan. Additionally, intruding somber colors. Jane Henson wore drape, muted, monochromatic outfit, constant outfit, full-length drap skirt, topped by a long sleeve, softly pirate blouse and boss-like duster, falling muscly, and Zabel, without introducing himself, she began her remarks with a sentence that seemed like an answer as an unasked question. I didn't ask for a lot of flowers, she said. They came to Connie of Corner's flowers. Wow. Addressing the correspondent without notes, Jane Henson was at once grounded and a bit floaty. Her remarks gradually spread racial, but not in the traditional sense. Each flower is chosen because it was a perfect flower, designed by a perfect mark maker, she said. Each flower holds a complete message that Jim would want to share with you. Its beauty, and its perfection, its difference, its beginning and its end. I don't want to pretend that I know what happens after this life, or that Jim knew what happened after this life, but he gave plans. Wow. Not know that, but anyway. Okay. Her opposition, achieve it, knowing laughter from those, who were, aware of Jim Henson's foundations were mediums, psychics, and or gayers in this belief, that is entirely possible for the earthbound to receive messages from the next world. He's consulted seers and considered that progressive novelization. Sure hope that somebody up there knows what we're doing this down here, because Jim is possibly busy, pretty busy. Jay Henson said, offering thoughts who are in the afterward might be available to work on the every project. She included Don Salim, the invisible prankster who designed Bert and Ernie, puppeteer Bert Tillstorm, the television pioneer, an entertainer businessman who knew much enough to own the trademark, the Cuckoo Friend, Cuckoo Ollie, Bill Bard, who probed early on, who no less a figure than Walter Cronkite in the CBS Morning Show. Wow. That television provides and such a suspension of disbelief for viewers, it allows people and puppets to enjoy parody, signer, and commentary of Rufus Rose, the marionette builder who sculpted the original Howdy Doody, with singer single flourish. She offered a short history of puppets in the 20th century pop culture. Maybe more than anything else, she continued. Jim would want to reconnect with his mother, his brother, and his grandmother, dear, who he always credited to be his greatest inspiration. Looking briefly toward his now adult children, she said he stayed with us long enough to have given us certainly enough everything we need. If we are strong enough to carry on mostly, she added, I think now this is only us, his family, this is only his kids, I'm only his wife, they have messy rooms, I burned the dinner, he didn't came home, the dog died, whatever, all the stuff, it's only us. After the brief pause, she get back on track. Sometimes, because everyone else was working, I would be used for interviews, she said. The press would ask, but do you have any ideas if would be this get this big? Oh man. Well, I didn't know it was gotten this big. I just didn't know. Then she stood 30 plus years removed from the San Fran's days when she performed on her knees at WRC. Wow. The University of Maryland cued we have long ago caught Jim Henson's eyes. Could have been grown as a performer, but left in the Muppets to raise their children in Connecticut. And their role in life became decidedly material. At some point in my marriage, when was like one of fully in. Sorry about that, but anyway. And the winded relationship in Rayville. Jim was left dominated in the suburbs, while Jim Henson, where was that? Culminated the globe for reasons known only to husband and wife. The opera retained legally separated for a long spell. At the time of Jim Henson's death, both the divorce seemed to certainly, which is not happening. Henson had already bought out her half of the business. Why Henson called for her when he would have been desperately ill is a mystery. One of the biggest puzzles of my life had been why Jim sent for Jane when we was trying to give the divorce for her. Joe Cooley said, I guess it was that sick he kind of wanted mommy or something. But he had no use for her for years. And he certainly wanted out. Sent for her to allow Jane to become the widow Henson. Yeah. This is what the most unfortunate, forgivable thing. He gave her an adventure that she had in years. Jane Henson has ultimately reserved her role as wife and caretaker. Wow. And then later as co-founder of the Muppets and keeping the flame. That was something that none of the woman Henson dated could claim. Looking out in the calendar of the Catherine Doll, a scene reminiscent when pronounced of the state funeral, she expresses gratitude to the tragedy. The reason you touch is because Jim touched some special place in you that you don't know all the light and all the truth and all the love that there is to know. And I hope that you will take whatever he has given you, to let you help you to enjoy life in the fullest. Because he always did. But always with a little pain and a little sorrow that gives richness. Okay. Sorry, I was keep running my eye like that. But anyway, where was I? But this tributes to two personal of Sesame Street occurred within days of each other. One before a condition of thousands, the other before a television audience in the hundreds of thousands. But it was been 15 months since composer, arranger of lyrics Joseph G. Raswell died from complications of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, cancer of immature, next page. System at Lawrence Hospital in Bronxville, New York. Just 3 days shy of his 52nd birthday. The brokenness of the nearly everyone, including those in his circle, Raposo had been living with his disease for 10 years and have secretly undergone vastly. The diagnosis came when he was about a month pregnant with our son Andrew, said Pat Collins, a journal television presence in New York who reviews theater and film. Joe has some lumps under his arms, and in his groin, so he went to the doctor who referred him to a specialist. And I remember that day, the appointment vividly, sitting across from the doctor's desk when he said it was a non-oxygen module, we announced it. Our first question was, what's that mean? You could immediately read from the doctor's face it was something you want. Joe said, Pat is pregnant. Without living to see the child graduate high school or college? The doctor didn't respond, and Joe said, I really want an answer. The doctor said, no, you won't. So sad. Joe pressed him, well, I'd love to see him to be in the first grade. The doctor just said, and Joe's a very tough thing. That was a moment we decided to move forward, in which Joe's desire and wished from the day one that was no one should know about the diagnosis. We decided that our business manager, the guy who paid the bills, had to know, but that was it. We were living in Bronxville, and I went to New Orleans of establishing an account in the pharmacy near Carnegie Hall, where our offices were. We filed provisions that would become Bronxville's, well, a little place where people talk. Including Parliament 96, father was really wanted to keep a lid on this. We haven't been smart and cover our bases. Joe's word were, I do not want to be seen as a patient. Anyone who has had a relative, a dear friend, or a pal involved in the battle with a disease recognize how the word thinks. There goes so, and so, goes so and so. Isn't it terrible that you directly, terrible that you has cancer? Wow. I keep mumbling myself. But anyway, and then they ever cut you more slack and start treating you directly. Wow. Joe said, I haven't none of that. After everyone learns you have a disease, and says all the appropriate things about as terrible it is, they think it was a good game to be able to finish the season. Will we finish the album movie? It was going to be alive when we performed this at Lincoln Center. Joe's a great guy, and we were going to miss him, but we can't use him because by the time X is going to happen, he might not still be there. Pretty soon, everyone's done working with you. Joe wanted to make sure that he could keep going and not be marginalized, we pronounce it. No matter how many days you have left, you would make everyone count. And Joe was not a person who would crawl into bed and pull up the quilt and never come out again. He used to go for the chemo really early in the morning, place on the east side before too many people were around. Most people going through is lose weight and good grunt. Joe will struggle with weight issues in all his life. He used to say to me, I'm the only man, only son, but I'm not going to say the B word in the video, but anyway, of Chemo who is not losing weight. You think I'm the least that is going out there. Near the end of Joe's life, Jim Henson got me aside and said, there's something very wrong with Joe. You guys tell me what it is. I said, I love you, Jim, but no, I don't. You're right, and he does have some issues. You got to ask him, you can't have me to tell you. He said, I can't. I said, well, I don't know. Then, it's kind of standoff, isn't it? All I can tell you is he's absolutely living with what he got. That's all I can tell you, babe. And that was it. People didn't know he was a something, but no one could cross the line to ask him. The only person he ever told was Wonder Cronkite. They would go, stay on a lot, and one day he would come, when he comes back from the little trips on the Winnie, he said, I told Laura that because I had to tell someone, if you can't trust America's most trusted man, who could you tell your secrets to? Cronkite appeared on the PBS tribute to Raposo, a little love letter entitled Sing Sesame Street's Remembers Joe Raposo. He was the first man to kiss me on the cheek, said Cronkite, who once imagines who was an unlikely candidate to return the favor. Joe was simply this guy who lived on the very top of life. It was jarring at first to see Jim Henson on screen, given that footage of the memorial just aired on the 6 o'clock news. Henson said, I think of Joe as being warm teddy bear. Always been with a hug and a big smile. I saw on PBS NewsHour, which I haven't saw ABC News yet, but anyway. Liz Smith, the Johnny of gossip columnist, said it was so typical of him to open his love in arms and give you experiences long hug and self-consent where you didn't deserve to have it. The proposal took some performance good national ribbing as well. Joe was such a name dropper, Hanson said. He was the only person that could work into the conversation, all the important people he have seen in the last 6 months, and Barbara Streisand's telephone number. Such harmless talk kept proposals ego balloon of love. As Kurt explained, it was one of those magical gifts, I guess, is that it would be annoying with other people. But Joseph was just, oh my God, he was not going to say it. And he did. Somehow you love him for it. Got the phone call, and maybe 1 in the morning. It was Joe, incredibly excited, he said. You will never guess where I am. I said, no, I probably won't. Next page. Okay. What was that? We're getting close to finish up this book. But anyway, I'm in Frank Sinatra's car, he said. Sinatra was at the time, had a mobile telephone installed in the limbo. A luxury for viewing the pre-call cell phones era. Also have a dial-up chirp when Sinatra would step away. You're the first person I call, he quote. I'll throw up for him, Kurt said, but it turns out he called everybody else too. It was a very Joe Raposo moment. Okay? Joan Cooney once recalled receiving a postcard from Raposo. Excuse me. He had been staying at one of Frank Sinatra's villas, in Palm Springs. On one side of the card was an aerial view of Sinatra's inside. And he had a circle of one of the little houses and written, "That's my room." That was a quintessential how we would pronounce it, Joe. Yeah. Okay, excuse me, I misspoke, but anyway. Joe Raposo contributed 4 tracks to Sinatra's Old Blues, Eyes is Black, and Night to Set Free comeback album that brought the singer out of the permanent retirement. The project met with mixed reviews, and some critics dismissed Raposo's "You Will Be My Music" never used to be a ballpark. Assulements for a time, Raposo was a Sinatra's good grace. Wow. Back when the quoter probably was a composer, was a passage, but not Portuguese, way to pronounce it. But anyway, there was a tears opposed planning for a proposal class. A lot of elbow nudging when all the people beyond those drop names when forward to say there was a honor to be to his friend. Pot Cullen said to Ferry about it. Joe's bragging so much, but he was sharing a kind of joy. He did name drop to impress the listener, but to remind himself that it was not in the walking room dream. He was actually knew the wife of Sinatra and Cronkite and Richard Rogers, pretty Hadley company. He was like a kid who loved baseball, who grew up to hang around with Hall of Famers. Joe did not fall over the famous. It was his pleasure to be in this company with it's truly gifted. It was a respect for the rare Command Nations and his innate talent, hard work, and professionalism, Joe Cooney saw two sides of the proposal. He could be the most difficult person imagining with me, she said. Other times we were lovely, dozy, and close. Everything would be going fine, and then he would suddenly erupt over something. Like something gross publishing rights Adam. He actually quit Sesame Street Code over the music publishing rights issue. And I was like thing that I didn't even understand. After a few years, he wanted to come back, and so we did a date to meet for lunch at 21. I came into the restaurant and a little bit early before hitting the center of the situation. The manager of D asked, "Is your person here?" And I said, "No, he isn't here yet." When Joe is actually coming in earlier and sat at the table in back instead at the one of the front where I could have seen him. I said he sat for 45 minutes. Finally, I told a waiter where I was going and take a quick look around the tables. Because it did not compare with me that he would be late. You can imagine what awkward this was after this terrible rupture and separation. It haunts me to this day. Even though Joe came back to the workshop, we were never close again. Yet Cooney remained a fan of it and is always quick to praise in his portfolio of work at the television workshop. Hundreds of composed to Brian's Sesame Street and Electric Company, yet for this success and ultimate aids, Cooney believes the proposal was dominated by its insecurity. There was not enough auditions in the world to meet Joe's expectations, Cooney said. You couldn't build his need. He had the weakest ego of his person and I could have ever known. It needed to be fed all the time. I was only child. He was the only child of who was going to worship and by his parents. I was only thought that the result of his ego's strength. But sometimes it can be the opposite. It was jealous that Jim that was got so much attention after we went on the air. Jealous that the Europeans and late Americans wanted to adoptions done because the Muppets were such a sensation. And yet Joe was a great genius, Julie said. One way you can tell a true genius from a near genius is that you keep creating. With geniuses, the argument is unstoppable. To move forward our story, we need to take a step back. And I agree. In early 1989, Jim Henson was invited Joan Cooney to lunch at the restaurant of the Sterry No. 1 Hotel. He kept an apartment and he had news to share. I want you to know that I'm going to sell the company to Disney. I love Disney. And Children's Television Workshop, by the way, it was amazing. Because it owns by HBO Max and not Disney Plus. Because it owns by Disney Max, but that's just me. I don't care. That's just me. He said, I want the kind of creative freedom that I have without the 100 of fundraising. Cooney, not all in shock, told him, please, she whispered him. She then provided some news of her own, saying, the timing's incredible. Jim, this is not for young yet. That I was not stepping down in November as CEO of the workshop. And that was... One could almost sense some of his plates slipping underfoot. We were both talking about the big life changes together, Tui said. In August that year, news and sales created a triangle of excitement, trumpeting a deal that executives described that as a business association made family entertainment heaven. Disney announced that it had signed a letter that executives to purchase the Muppets, pouring for $100 million to $150 million. As a part of the deal, Henson agreed to a 15-year clothing role, and the production pact was guaranteed that he would serve to Disney exclusively, and I agree with that. It had made perfect sense to Cooney that Henson had decided to turn, next page, over the classic characters like The Muppet Show and the subsequent Muppet movies, along with the library of Henson's television work, minus Sesame Street, to the Burbank, California-based entertainment company. Deal that now includes Henson's production company and the core creative talent who work in the United States and the London offices in the Henson creative shop. I definitely disagree. And I love Disney, but why? Because, you see, when Sesame Street aired on HBO Max in the 51st season late this year, that's going to be big enough for me. But that's just me, of course. Jim Henson and Walt Disney had this in common. Both were small-town boys who knew how to establish the characters they created and tap into creative obligations. Even without the social resources worthy of opportunity as was disposal, Henson has successfully propelled Kermit into the orbit few characters even ever reach, keeping him there for generations. Hence, will be the business worry. Henson will no longer have the shoulder of it if we could sold to Disney. Plus, he could still be around for the fun part, providing Kermit's voice, movements, and hence an experience as a paid performer. Wow. Jim was fine with turning over the classic Muppets to Disney because he was tired to run the company. Tried to have and raise money for every project. Cooney explained. Plus, Disney was promising to back a movie project that Jim wanted to do. That was huge. Jim didn't run his company like a good businessman. I agree with that, Cooney said. Cooney added, he could never fire anybody, couldn't accept any plan of downsizing that was drawn up for him by his advertisers. Jim feared that he couldn't face people afterward, just so he kept them on. But on that, Henson's movie project has been enormously over budget, having not been for the steady revenue streaming in for Sesame Street licensed products. The Jim Henson company might have collapsed its own weight. In Henson's proposed business model, the Sesame Street revenue would have continued to pump perhaps $70 million annually into his company while remaining out of Disney's reach. It may have been naive for Henson to think that Disney's would have overbooked the small matter. Any progressive buyers would have been wanting all the Muppets to be part of such a deal. It didn't take long before the executive became a team of Children's Television Workshop began to worry that with a swipe of the pen, Michael Anster could catch Jim Henson in a weak moment and have it in his hand on wine pipe. Cooney said, at the time Children's Television Workshop was doing better than Disney. Yeah, it was sad. In reaching their preschool audience. If Disney could have convinced Jim to include the trademark of the Sesame Street characters, Disney could have limited our products on their shelves and taming us down. They could have decided to do just about anything to have because their power would be so great. For additional innovations, Henson's insist from the start of talks with Disney that the Sesame Street characters were off the table, and I agree with that. Eisner, who could be the charming senator, hoped that he have solved Henson's resolve at Disney's lawyers over years' time. Tommy answered messy questions over ownership to some of Henson's Frenchy characters and other properties. Henson also worked on Here Comes the Muppets, a live stage show for the theme park. Wow. One of their final hunches put together in 1990, Henson have tried to put Cooney's mind at ease, immersing her in the ambition to not only keep Eisner at bay, but the change as well to allow the Sesame Street trademarks to be transported to Children's Television Workshop upon his death. On condition that would continue to receive the same because he always had for licensing and merchandising deals. Cooney later said Children's Television Workshop would have to agree to those terms in perpetuity. It was at that time Cooney had said that Henson has also unburdened himself about misgivings about going forward with the Disney deal. What really caused him massive grief, and I think contributed to his lack of privacy relief with Henson, something like that, was the contract possession dealing with his personal services. Jim would have been acceptably there for the rest of his life. He would have been permitted to work on Sesame Street for 2 weeks a year, but that was it. Jim was assigned only a 5-year deal for the personal service, not 15. And Disney said no. In fairness, Disney was about to pay him $150 million for what? Jim was feeling a little cage bird. Psychologically, and what killed him. And at one point, Eisner appeared to back away from the scramble to begin Big Bird. Cooney and David Burt attended the Bill and Peace lunch at the Henson Workshop with Eisner in that period. Jim was on the phone with me almost daily about his concerns about the Muppets and Sesame Street. Cooley said to me at one point, if I don't get this up, it's a deal breaker. He told me that, and they finally dropped it, and so it seemed. Cooley said Henson went into the initial decision thinking Eisner would be the male Joan Can Cooney. Wow. Just wow. It wasn't Eisner who was giving him headaches so much as it was the Disney lawyers. Before the Peace launch, Disney had asked Jim to ask us, the Children's Television Workshop, it would agree to not build a theme park within 100 miles of the Disney park. In 1980, however, Children's Television Workshop had operated Sesame Place, a theme park just north of Pennsylvania that was populated later by walk-along Sesame Street characters. Cooney immediately agreed to the separation. That's easy, she said. We weren't about to put a park anywhere near a Disney attraction, and I agree with that. It was sad. Next page. Anyway, anyone was prepared to make a nice and a peace lunch. It wasn't going so well, Cooley said. Michael was absolutely being just his most charming self. He could be so much fun and so funny, but then out of the blue he said something that stopped Jim cold. Dan Brett and I completely missed it. We made some reference to the Sesame Street Muppets. But maybe that we're feeling so comfortable, so happy to be out of the deal. We didn't catch it, but Jim turned to Michael and said, "You did it again." Michael said, "I did what?" Jim said, "You mentioned Sesame Street." God help me. Michael said, Jim, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. But damage was done at the moment, Cooley said, and remained a real issue with Jim was deep down. You kids get out of the way, warned Joan Cooney on Chuck carelessly. Levin, I got an elephant gun. I don't want to hit anyone here. Cooney was confronting Cheryl Henson and her 4 siblings. Here to accompany their father, built for the spiritual imagination of decades of toil. It was sad. More months after Henson's death, Michael Einser and the coalition of lawyers were negotiating with Henson's survivors and the Amazons to close the deal with that had been interrupted by casualties. Cooney Maserati elephant gun with an aim square in the bridge of Einser's nose. The Henson children faced a really tough period after Jim died, and they were holding firm, absolutely committed to protecting what he wanted. Cooney said, we at Children's Social Workshop felt threatened and committed to doing everything we could to make sure the Sesame Street Muppets would never been included at the sale to Disney. And I agree with that. Cooley had only inspection the truthful person to back up her version that Henson has disclosed in the pain plan to transfer trademark of the Muppets he created expressed for Sesame Street Children's Social Workshop upon his death. That passing occurred only weeks after the conversation that complied an already difficult situation. And it was sad. No agreement had been signed and Disney was doing its best to finish the deal. Cooney said, you have to remember that $150 million was still on the table, and now Disney was no longer had Jim Henson's services. So they went back to the whole thing and we want the Sesame Street Muppets as part of the deal. And that was not happening. No! Warner Brothers already done that. The Henson kids were unwilling to revisit that in any way, and that led to Disney's attempt to take over the Henson company. I don't know how they intended to do that, but their plan was to hold the contract hostage and break the will of the Henson children. And it was not happening inside. Anyway, Cooley by that point had to be quite enough. She would thoroughly recall the despised moment with a nod of former advisory. Nixon said that when you are dealing with an enemy, the enemy must believe you are a madman and not know you were going to do next. She summoned David Brett, gave him instructions to call Eisner with the following message. If the Walt Disney Company continue with takeover attempt, Children's Social Workshop, a non-profit institution, will be forced to seek administrative readiness with the Attorney General of the state of New York. With her staying reputation and the well-woven combinations of to be in government, Cooney would have been received by the Attorney General the following day. More hours passed. Cooney said before she received a handwritten note from Einser, it was very short and it was the point saying that the workshop was the best prepared to control the Muppets at Sesame Street. He signed it and it was it. And after it was a goodbye and good luck. I called Cheryl Henson, read her the note over the phone. Cheryl said, well, we won. And I said, no, you didn't. This is not a hello letter. It's a goodbye letter. And I was right. This is walk away from the deal that they started showcasing the Muppets in Disney World. Which I agree. Anyway, without paying with any fees, it was outrageous, but Michael thought he couldn't forget all that was on the table for nothing. It's a rather vicious lawsuit and ensued, pitting Henson's company against a corporate giant. In this case, the mouse was on the cat. Difficult times. Anyway, the Hensons contended that Disney was guilty of trademarking, copyright infringement, and an outright theft of Jim Henson's legacy. And I agree, Jim Henson would have been having this legacy right now. I mean, at the time, LJPCBM was my legacy. And I don't know what's going on with Disney at the moment when it comes to LJPCBM. LJPCBM was based on my own life with Disney and Universal and the companies. That was got me into LJPCBM, such co-op and other things. But that's just me. In the counterclaim, Disney intends to have an appeal license to use the counterclaim agreement in that Henson's work of Muppet Vision 3D widescreen 70mm movie experience to be hosted in the $90 million complex being built at the new Disney MGM Studios meant that the Muppets were part of the Disney brand. In Orlando, now called Disney's Hollywood Studios, where federal acknowledgement that the Muppets were not part of the Disney brand. Disney settled the copyright suit on April 30th, 1991. The land of Victoria F. Zana report on the Los Angeles Times without the shocking and seeing the partially powerful Disney comedy bombed Humble. Mickey Mouse is a big that quote Tuesday as Walt Disney Company, so its copyright dispute with the hires of Muppets creator Jim Henson by apologizing to the Henson family and buying a license with a pair of Muppets attraction at Disney World in Florida. And I agree. Next page. Okay. Moving on. Disney had the consolidated on a 10 to 12 year license allowing the Muppets to perform in the stage show and the Omelette show in the 3D film. They eliminated agreed to 18 months for exclusive use of in V parks east of Mississippi with an option to renew. Richard Hunt was driving over the George Washington Bridge with his older sister Kate one night in the late 80s. His hands on the wheel were of an old checker cab that it was painted black. Hunt's idea of the dream vehicle. It was pouring that rain was heading in the New Jersey onto the Philadelphia Parkway. Richard told me he had about his illness. Kate said, I was the first person in the family whom he would share the news. Almost suddenly, Hunt blurted out that he was HIV positive. The car went to the spin. We ended up on the ground rail on the highway. Richard similarly said, well, I guess I was supposed to die today, she recalled. And I felt bad for Richard Hunt. And I similarly agree with what it accordingly said on the Freddie Mercury thing, These Are the Days of Our Lives, you know, where it said and Kenny Everett and Michael Jagger, who died from AIDS, HIV positive. I saw some people who died from HIV, and like, okay, this is good, they're gonna be bad. The most famous one is Freddie Mercury, but Richard Hunt is the most one. That's just me. But anyway, on to what I was going to be saying. But anyway, Hunt developed full-blown AIDS and survived for 5 years, overlasting a partner who had died in his arms from the disease. After spending his final days in the Carmel Hospice in Manhattan, Hunt survived on January 2nd, 1992. He was 40. Most of his ashes were taken in his home as he owned on Cape Cod. Memorial service was held February 2nd at the Convent of St. John the Divine, the same holy space where 21 months earlier he had baptized Jim Henson. On the day Hunt and his Muppet colleagues Jerry Nelson, Kevin Clash, Dave Gold, Steve Whitmire, and Fred Goss had performed magically, provided a film finale with only piano accompaniment. They sung a melody of Tenz's favorite melodies from the well-worn You Are My Sunshine to the Summer of Bonds, Randy Newman's, Simon Smith and the Amazing Dancing Bear. The performance spanned the decades, touching mostly gently in the Muppet Show and the family Muppets films that followed. The Muppet Show years were Richard's happiest times, his sister said. Certainly Hunt reaches Aardvark's parties in London during the 5 seasons of Muppet Show, where he bought the bright life beaker, the permanent lab assistant Janice, the stringy Body Girl, lead guitarist from the Electric Mayhem band, Sweetums, the yellow-eyed twin-toothed ogre who had no need to hair plugs, and Scooter, who opened every episode with a knock on the guest star's dressing room door saying, 15 seconds to curtain, Miss Manali, who actually sang Freddie Mercury's song We Are the Champions at the time, in the same year of April 20th. Scooter reflected more of Hunt's soul than any other character, and his desire to please and provide, and his interest to set things right backstage. My brother overcome a difficult childhood, K. Hunt said. He had a father who drank too much and parents who yelled at each other all the time, who was their little money. I say Richard's comedy gift came from a place of pain. I knew from the time he was young that he would have be successful to take care of his family, and he did that to a fault. Hunt's graduate and church friends and colleagues cite most of it often as his defining characteristic. What pronounce it? But anyway, he was generous of spirit, and he was with the foreign money of his wallet. He was in many ways unforgettable, even the likes of Forgettable Jones. Joe Cooney Caroline's Louis Freeman is the grandfather of Sesame Street. Upon the death at his age of 66 in early summer of 92. Upon the fateful dinner at the party in 1966, it was Freeman who turned the combination the television tape professional. It was Freeman, and it was Freeman along with Cooney who arrived at the Connie Corporation with a sketchy idea for the television program that would teach and entertain preschoolers. Among Freeman's success across 45 years as a television producer and programming executive was a series of 60-second historical sketches that ran for CBS during the year-long celebration of the nation's 200th birthday. Wow. Those bicentennial minutes. Wow. Narrated by Walter Cronkite, won the Emmy, Peabody, and high praise from the 5th grade teachers across the continent. For the longest time, Sesame Street remained unparalleled heavyweight champion of preschool television, but the initial words of Bud Brown, Joan Cooney's influence social studies teacher, changed the only constant by the early 90s. Sesame Street might have been overripped, but too sure of itself. How could it be have been after 20 plus seasons of rating some dominate and so great of servants of enemies that children's social workshops could ever use in the doorsteps. Perhaps of continents away from Manhattan, into remarkable Allen, Texas, a suburb of Dallas, a tiny international sub-company was about to introduce it in the prominence of the world of preschool television and the so-culture at large. The ideas that came and did Sesame Street from a university-trained teacher in the 80s, former teacher turned to stay-at-home mom, Cheryl Leach, if you watch this, Drew and everybody else, was dismayed at these now range of choices available at the video store for the home 2-year-old son Patrick, who is, I don't know what happened to him, Patrick nowadays, that's just me. Nothing seemed to hold his attention while driving the freeway one day. Leach's work a moment why not bait have some store-bought packaged tapes. Next page. And I was a huge fan of Barney, by the way, which I haven't talked about, which I did unbox video of this one. I should get back to that another time, but that's just me. Anywho, and what about the homemade one? If it can work with bacon, brownies, why not videos? How long could it be, she wondered. That accounts for most of the prior history of Barney, except for which is I'm mostly liking as a kid. Since Barney was in New York City. I'll talk more about the history of Barney some other time, which is my own history of Barney. Except for that Leach's father-in-law owned the video studio and put $1 million in the finance production of free Barney tapes. They are as follows. The Backyard Show, Free Wishes, and The Day of the Beach. Let's continue on. The stories that developed additional episodes weren't written so much in these, they were typed. And the production values were just a cut above cable SS. Barr was initially envisioned as a teddy bear, but it was developed into a pudgy purple 6-foot-tall dinosaur. Okay? Sprawling tiny arms and yellow toenails. Yeah, and it fed in a sing-song vocal delivery that was a siren song to small children, which I like the most. Most adults ran for cover while the children started at the screen at rapid wonder. Distributing Barney tapes started out with the creators selling them one by one to teachers at Texas preschools and daycare centers. Wow. I haven't bought any some of those Barney tapes yet, but I'll deliver those by the time I save enough money to save. But anyway, with world soon grew, and Barney began appearing at video outlets near and far. To adult eyes, the featured seems amateurs and low budget. To children, born video immature, they seem magically perhaps it was by play school he was in the show, or the familiar nursery rhyme tunes played from the public domain. Wow. Or the ring of most club children chirping away, or the simple direction of Barney himself. A plush toy come to life whose more combinations was I love you, you love me, we're a happy family. But anyway, whatever it was, it proved a expert with a sippy cup crowd. But Barney's big break came on one Super Bowl Sunday, not with the appearance on the Dome Stadium. I am so happy right now. That would come later, but in the bar home of then 4-year-old Lara Rifton, our programming executive at Connecticut Public Television, in the matter what not entirely different from Lloyd Morrissette's observation daughters, Sarah, so much 50 years before, Larry Rifkin should have amazed while Liara played and replayed a Barney tape. He phoned the Vines group, the comedy name listed on the video packaging, and soon afterwards, a deal was struck to produce 30 half-hour episodes of Barney Friends on PBS. The national exposure, yeah, and I talk about it in Barney Friends Vlogs episodes 1 through, yeah, I'm almost there to the 200s, but right now I'm getting close to finish up Barney Friends Vlog series. That's just me. National Explorer turned Barney into the Boston Globe once described toys ran Sonic Drax. A merchandise would be fair enough. Business Week produced in 1993 that Barney would move $300 million in toys and millions more banners on books, bubbles, and spreadsheets. Okay. Sorry, I didn't know what happened. So, more than 200 licensed products in all. Barney enjoyed garnering commercial success, but throughout his public resign from PBS. But he has been a piano from the television press. The Washington Post once described the show as so great it can send adults to abnormal shock. Wow. The New York Times is a review headline of dinosaurs when may been thrilled. Wow. And I'm sorry if you watch this, Billy, but that's just me. Let's just read the message right now. Just go ahead and do this, but while I'm doing book reviews.
But as far as the pressure log thing goes tonight, Luke, I'll think about it. Because, you know, I have a birthday special for myself to film later tonight.
Okay, I wasn't reading, but I was reading my book. Let's continue on. Okay. Where was I? The New York Times in a review headline of Dinosaurs Might Must This 1-5 said, next to Barney having his friend Sandy Duggins, a fresh E bus. Way to pronounce it. But anyway, he was not without supporters. However, the National Review horror-update that the Barney backlash was probably fed by the liberal press and swallowed who baby boom parents above as Barney uplift. It describes the series as horrible without relief. Unlike Sesame Street, set the scene in Auburn decay, Barney entertains when the suburban schoolyard swept clean of gravity and trash. None of Barney's friends lives in the garbage can, and none grumps hip-hop, which I'm not interested in. The faces show and lingering and technique of odds with Sesame Street Barney Spaceys. Quick cut graphics that prep the kids for the countless hours of MTV awaiting them in an article sense. And instead of Sesame Street's multicultural sessions, Barney's message revolves around the importance of brushing teeth, exercises, and even those this is how deep it goes, chewing one's mouth closed. Regardless of Barney, whatever Barney was emotion with the foundation, Barney made People's List of 25 most extraordinary people of 1992. Wow. The show's not taking a big bit out of Sesame Street's raids. David Brett and star of Joan Cooney's successor of CEO in 1990. I told her he saw a SWAT team of executives and shake up Sesame Street. Simone Amy Swinson, Executive Vice President, Chief Operating Officer, Marjorie Kathleen's Group Vice President of Programming and Production, Dr. Roger Loveface, Research Director for Sesame Street, Franklin Gretschall, Vice President for Quality and Production, and an agent of case change, racial repression for repollination, self-promotion, and outrageous way to pronounce it. At least among Sesame Street's writers and producers, his track record and executive producer included both success, the well-regarded science series Freeze One Contact, and the failure of the quakery HBO series Encyclopedia. After Encyclopedia was cancelled, Gretchen had hoped to land a job as producer of Sesame Street. Unimpressed with his producing commandos, way to pronounce it, Sesame offered a spot of writing staff, though he would have to write an audition script like anyone else. When Gretchen turned it in, it was summarily rejected. A few weeks after he returned down by Sesame producers, however, Gretchen became their boss. When Brett promoted him to replace Alfred Oslop, he resigned as vice president for program and production from 1980 to 1988. To his memoir, Joe Stone called the reaction around the studio utter disbelief. Wow. Next page. My stomach just keeps growing, but wobbling, whatever. I'll get to the final. How many pages we got left? Wow. Okay, we got 20 more pages left, and I'll be done for the day. But anyway, for this episode. But yeah, just to let you know. Stone, who had long since stepped down as executive producer to be more hands down in the studio, heard the tom-toms beat, as did his successful Dougie Singer, who clashed into no one until Gretchen came along. Gretchen was demerred to put his own personal brand on the program. Stone wrote, he made it initially clear to Dougie and me that there were going to be changes. Those changes would be his, and that he was not tolerate subordination. Congressionally, management produced Stone Singer resistant to change, and they knew it. They thought they were comparable old sticks in the mind who were opposite to any change whatsoever. It was entirely insert observation was concerned as a sense to the old change was in fact resents ill conservative. Unresearched, damaged change. We were never asked my nation we were told. I'm going to stop right there because I'm going to be taking another commercial break because I am going to go to the bathroom. And when we come back, we are going to continue off chapter 18, and this will be the longest book chapter ever made. We'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm back, folks. So exhausted after this is over. Once to get ready for Day 3000 video, Pressure Luck Season 2, I'm getting ready to lie down because I'm getting ready to have a seizure after this is over. And I'm 20 more pages left in order to complete Street Gang Chapter 18. And I'm wrapping up the episode right there. So, without further ado, let's just continue on where we left off. Oh man, I'm so very exhausted. Not only that, it's not a pretend seizure, it's more of a causal seizure I have in my brain. And my brain can't handle it at the time. My adulthood seemed not to handle it, so it seems that my hair is growing like this, like a long hairdo. So I don't know where I'm at in the book, but we're gonna keep reading. So there you go. Anyway, it's been like 26 minutes on the page when I kept reading. Like, management produced Stone Singer resident to change, and they knew it. They thought they were combo old sticks in the mind, were opposite of any change whatsoever. It was entirely and served observation was concerned as a sense the old change was in fact resent so ill conserved. Unresearched, damaged change. We were never asked foundation we were told. I'm gonna stop right there because I'm Welcome back to Book Reviews, episode 19. I am so sorry for the huge delay. After a very long issue I have right now with this huge thing, after taking this full nearly 2 hour long part of the episode, the matter is I have a seizure, and my brain can't handle the seizure that I have in my brain. And for that matter worse, it just started to feel sinking in when I finished taping Book Reviews episode 19. So I have to finish the book right there, and I have to write this book after this is over. I took so long to read this book, and thank God the book is like 20 more pages long, and no matter what's worse, I have to finish reading the book and then we'll wrap up the episodes with the huge bang. So let's just go ahead and finish off right there with the huge bang and with David Burt. Shall we? So let's see what we got. Anyway, David Burt's wet reading of the situation was that John was being pressured to do things differently for a good reason. Research demonstrated that our viewing audience was growing younger and younger. Wow. Okay. Yet the show was still being rated and produced for over preschoolers. Wow. And I'm a huge fan of Sesame Street per se. We actually didn't impress him as hard as we should have. Consider the change that was so evident to us. John could get himself a distance from it, and things got ugly. Wow. And part of Barney's cut in the reins into part of the ribbon that got great. Sesame Street with its 25th anniversary season. Brit's management team, with the blessing and encouragement of Jones Cooney's, came up with a urban renewal plan they called Around the Corner. Wow. That was amazing to my childhood disabilities. And I was born with autism when this came out. I was born in the mid-90s, and Coming Soon on Sesame Street came out when the year I was born. But anyway. With an investment north of $2 million, the executives plan an expansion of the landmark set designed to include a never-before-seen cul-de-sac around the corner from a Brownstone scoop at 123 Sesame Street. A group of new characters, human and Muppet, would populate a neighborhood would be painted and lit considerably brighter than the original Fegades. Wow. A focal point would be the Furry Arms Hotel, operated by dimwit Muppets Ingrid Humphrey, a Great Dane puppet named Sherry Neverland was reside there. At the end of each street stayed the athlete of Furry Arms, whether the right one or not. Each broadcast, an announcer would plug the hotel. Say, guests on Sesame Street stay at the Edgewood Fairy Arms, whether they got there or not. Nearby would be a dance studio, home-based daycare center, and a playground. A new area space that seemed like less like autumn and more like an age-generated up-and-coming neighborhood in America. Wow. Added to a animated beatness would be a trio of singing rodents called the Squirrels, Crystal, Dolly, and Rhonda, and comic actress Ruth Buzzy. Best remembered for Warren Martin's Laughing would join the cast as Rufy, the popular The Finders Keepers strip shop, a final cruise up to eBay. Wow. Top items for sales in Rufy's shop would be Jack and Jill's Pale and Cinderella's Glass Slipper. Wow. Finally, we pronounce it, a still trained child actors will now have a continuing presence in the show. The long-held tradition of use untrained children set behaving in the way they would in the real street will come in the end. They were not in the way they did things for Barney, rather than expose changes they did not believe in. Though these things were signed before production were coming in the 25th season. She was replaced by executive producers by Michael Lowman, a sitcom writer for California who was work on All in the Family, Happy Days, and Violin. CTW, who had commissioned a headhunter to identify outside candidates for the job. But Lowman, coming over the transition, he had heard about an opening and pitched himself and successfully that he'd be over more than qualified candidates. Even though he had no experience in children's television, the producer and writers long committed to a line of succession, we pronounce it, policy, were encouraged that their preferred candidate, Lisa Simon, would pass over. Simon had worked well with Gretchen and were prepared to effectuate change. But as with many executive searchers in the 90s, the flash and the new tragedy and friendly, we pronounce it. Combinating the new set forced Children's Social Workshop to find a new production federally to have the necessary height, width, and floor space. And Sesame Street accordingly located to the massive Cosmonaut Studios in Queens, New York, a Hollywood-worthy motion picture and television production facility. Children's Social Workshop was about to spend serious money with these changes. They were hoped to make the back to capitalize on the letter Z. After a few years away from Sesame Street, the first computer roles Puppeteer Frank Bill returned the series in 1993, topping the major public relations and marketing push ties from the 25th anniversary. Without knowing it, unrealized expressions were about the heap upon the puppeteer with the introduction of Zoe. Wow. And characters have always been the province of Children's Television Workshop creative team. And products of take time, trail, and patience. But this time around, CGW executive and management, the tried and true, chosen instead of adopt a mild more in tune with one of the bargaining cable networks for children favored. And about face, the producers and writers were not led the charge, but rather specialists in marketing and product development. And random with the research department at CTW. Zoe was like a plush toy in search of an athlete and carefully considered, next page, product that would be tested and appeal with children in focus groups. Wow. Every aspect in its development was controlled and Sagret tactic, way to pronounce it. The decision to make Zoe a bright orange, for instance, was that color was not only contrast with Big Bird and Elmo on the TV screen, but standing out to be the shelves at Target, where Barney and his friends were making her barcode scanners beep as never before. The zest to create Zoe was considered almost Frankenstein and by the writers working on the other side of the building from the execs. An onward side of the wide same development between the creative and business sides. But Zoe was carrying additional burdens. Even before she made her first television debut, she became a standard bearer for females at Children's Television Workshop who had grown, tried, and way to break out female Muppet. The woman wondered, quite understandably, one of the most beloved Sesame Street characters, Big Bird, Oscar, Bert, Ernie, Grover, Cookie Monster, Snuffy, Telly, the Count, were making male performed by males. Any number of female characters has been added through the years, including the always hilarious Granula, Oscar's trashy girlfriend, through Grandetta, was originated by Brian Moe in 1982. The progressively talented Pam Argento had picked up the character and run with it in 1985. There was also the West Prairie Dawn. Frank Bill's terribly earnest, earthbound protagonist in the ash blonde human hair wig. Prairie was a Muppet, most like by librarians. Wow. Bit played Glaze under Bradley must have been the funniest of the female characters. But Richard Hunt's Dairyland did rake females more than any other character. She was, after all, a cow. Wow. The charge to promote Zoe was led by Dr. Rivera Bloodface, a social scientist who directed research for Sesame Street. Bloodface was the first activist research director. She vowed early on in her tenure with that research would no longer possibly provide guidance to the production department, but instead of development an active agenda for researchers to pursue and promote a justice that would be forced upon the creative team that had for so long driven the show. She had little interest in serving as a role research had played in the past, Stone said. She felt research should be entirely of its own to be concerned with an corporate structure of children's television workshop, as well as the practice, as well as least equal to production. For the producers, writers, and performers, Love Face became an object of redundant and I see a message from Remix. Hang on, I got a message from stand by. Anyway. Historization, they nicknamed her Marita. Okay? And Rebuff and Mogulber and every aborigine. One sense that become legendary involved a script above about the showbiz sharpie named Walt Disney. In search of a script, an actor who played a chicken in the upcoming production. Telly, badly bitten by acting bug, observed spot apart practicing clubs, wings flopping, Alice. Elmo got the role, but Telly landed another as all well on Sesame Street. The script was handing into production with one old face put a halt into it. After reading the script, researchers concluded the material was unsuitable for the air on the grounds of racism. Wow. The part of chicken should only be played by chicken. When the conclusion, Stone said, someone who wasn't a chicken should play part of the chicken. When the writers and producers realized that Rancher was a kid, and I disagree. They explained that the whole heart of acting is pretending to be someone other than you are in real life. Otherwise, you don't mount a production of Hamlet unless a real Danish prince happened to show up at the audition. Norman Stiles suggested with a straight face that we air a piece of written and we see how much mail we got from outrageous chickens. Wow. Love Face, an African American who had successfully pushed through a criticism on the race relations in 1992, will now distributed to push Zoe into a starring role, with or without buying to inform the writers. David Britt suggested the moves from the power shift, okay? Holding true to this concentration that the production team notably shown in this comedies they've been become calculated from and restricted to emulation, blind, deaf, to so many changes to be under this way of children's television. Heard by Barney and Friends. He believes Stone, not only dismissed as nonsense the purple dinosaur, who have in culture of Sesame Street success, but was an experiment on households where children tune in the show. You know the only line that was distributed in Hitler's 1940s, when everything goes to, not gonna say the H word in the video, and began to wonder if the German people are worthy of me. Jones' version of that was, well, when the kids don't respond anymore, they're not worthy of having Sesame Street. He only had his picture of the show that was frozen in time. Fred Bill was accordingly handed a mandate make Zoe a star that little girls will relate to and the production team can bank on. Zoe received a May Gaza public relations support and champion Pedagogia at the annual Television Critics Association Summer Meet. TV comments were hand-fed, and Zoe was the answer agenda, writing in TV Times. The Sunday Listening Guide inserted the Los Angeles Times report. John Matthews wrote, Maria Loveface, who had research for 11 years, Since the new characters are usually the babies with our writers. But this year most were created to calculate the shows, created some. We will usually move into the process when the character had been created and go out and test them. We've been a little much earlier with next page. With these, every year we have created a female Muppet character, but they haven't been successful. This year, we are trying to create a star who will be a very good role model, good for girls. In terms of taking a day of goals, the New York Times reported that Children's Television Workshop was counting on Zoe to film embracing revenge and have been dogged the show since its creation in 1969. The lack of a strong female Muppet, wow. Lovely said in the play piece, little girls need to have role models in the show. See them and say, that's like me. Excuse me. In advance of the 25th season debut, People magazine got closer to the truth that editors may have to realize political correctionists have created a monster from Sesame Street, it declared, hoping to bring more possible female role models in children's television. The folks in that August address the new resident who is indeed perfectly PC. Perpetually cute. Wow. That is Zoe. It's Struffly. Wide-eyed, the color of radioactive orange, popsicle, and only free, she's already pegged to be a star, the first female supernova of the show. Bill was a quote initially about the character that she hardly had a chance to play with and develop. It's like asking a new mother to mandate on the personality and personality of a 1-month-old. Was the talking points she had been handed came to the public relations department, not the trusted corps of writers who have understood the writers behind characters' development. Before this time, writers would never be merchandising, Brill said. It was always go right with the character, and she was developed. This was the opposite. You should put out a product before people have a chance to know what the hell. Sorry, I meant to say the H word, but anyway, you were talking about. Zoe got burned with that. Also, before Zoe we were design puppets and their attractiveness. The Muppets are ugly when they just lie on the floor animated. Wow. Their bathmates, Matt, were big guys. But when they're animated, that's a whole other story. Zoe made the first summer character was created without it being the play-along puppet first. Very first thing I ever did on camera as Zoe was horrible because she hadn't grown out as someone that had nominated and developed. I was sort of doing this Carol Channing voice that was just too much. Over time, pulling her back because it wasn't coming from anything with me. Jim Henson would never use the word cast in the discussion how he found the right person for the Muppet. Some people are more in the tune for the puppet. It just depends what happens to your creative juices with you putting it on. The classic story was Kevin Clash with Elmo. In my case, it was the opposite. Someone said, let's create the female blockbuster equivalent of Elmo. What color should she be? What color should we not put in the pressure? Let's see. Big Bird's yellow, Oscar's green. Yeah, Oscar was orange before he was green back then. They wanted through all the colors, like going through the box of Crayolas, and I agree with that. Oh, see, she's got to be orange, and I agree with that. Well, a year or two later, we have this merchandising person say to us, if only Zoe had been pink. Ugh. It would have been so much easier to have her because girls like pink. A pink Muppet, that's too would have been come to pass, and I disagree on that. Sam and Carl Gisman have no intention of canceling their annual poker game with Dave Connell. Wow. It was May 4th, 1995. That was like a month and a half before I was born. When the couple drove to Ranger Age, New Jersey, to join Connell and Connie's Jim and Pat Farman. Dave's daughter, Jan, and son, Alan, among there were there not monitoring their father, who were also diagnosed with terminal cancer. Wow. He chose to die at the home rather than spend another day in the hospital, mourning the hospitals. My dad was just starting having a series of strokes, and the end was near. Jan said, one of the things Al and I did before the card game was read Ferdinand to my dad, and it was his favorite children's story. Wow. The Turmans and the Giffins settled around the table of Connell's bedroom. They got combo chairs and had drinks and told jokes and had a great time. Jen said it was a beautiful tribute to their shared friendship. Sam and Carl went back in the time the longest with Connell to the first decade of Captain Kangaroo and the formation years of Sesame Street. The portion of the creative partnership with Electric Company sketch comedy read series was probably had as much as even more sketch comedy read series that probably have a much of even more developable expert children as many as his day. Then Sesame Street. Wow, the pity of it that's because funding for the series dried up and had no marketing characters to turn to push toys or imprint on bed sheets to generate a revenue stream. Production ceased in 1977 after 780 half-hour episodes. On that day in Washington, when Joan Cooney and converters Barry Goldwire, that Children's Television Workshop could wane itself off, fellow assistants chef on Wednesday made him a kind of Sophie choice. Sesame Street would survive, the Electric Comedy would not. Wow. But guys would never took themselves too seriously, given Connell become visiting faculty members of the Harvard Graduate School of Education. They have gone through a lot together and were permanently honored their shared love of comedy. After all, these were the guys who screened the Electric Company was still his name, Fargo, North Dakota. Wow. We were little. Dad would stop off at San Carlos in Eaglewood Cliffs on the way home to work with a drink, said Janet Connell, who worked in the television industry before operating Farley private practice in Warwick, New York. Dad would get tanked until next page. We're in bed because he didn't feel like dealing with it at all. They come home after mothers have done anything, which was not very nice. Wow. But at least he admitted he wasn't a model father and husband back then. I don't think my parents ever got along. My father was very focused on work. There was not much room left for marriage. Not a lot of businessmen at that time. Very active. I'm not gonna say the S word. Nowadays you call it I'm not gonna say the S word, addition. And there will be more trouble and pain in the workplace, but back then, with the discovery of birth control, there was freedom. Wow. They didn't exist before, and STDs were widely thrown about. Wow. A lot of those guys were not saints, and they did the skirt, which surrogates and assistants, and whoever were willing. Whenever there is a kind of sense and power that exists in the studio, and so on, and talent, there's huge, not gonna say the S word, energy, exact to it. Plus, they never home. The irony is, while these men were out trying to educate the world, the wives were left at home to raise their children that brought into the world. David Troman's friendship with Dave Connell and close to his marriage, said Jen Connell, excuse me, had begun in their conspired as Roger Regiment. Wow. Specifically caught two the Air Force Five boys and Cold War, whatever the pronunciation was. It's not pronounced the J word. And no, it's not the cuss word or anything. That enjoys a second live now on DVD and YouTube clips, which by the way, I haven't seen the DVD, but I'll get back to that in a few moments, another time. Truman had also worked with Connell on Sesame Street. Wow. Lecture comedy and children's social workshop eventually appeared on a math show for preteens called Square One TV, which is awesome. As Quinter, the two couple and Connell enjoyed the best of times together. At the same time next year, card game with his extended cocktail hour was so well established with calendar highlight that the Trumans and Gibbons may have passed the honor of the day for the 1995 poker game, year I was born in, by the way, around Dave's deathbed. Oh, wow. Resolving it was better to laugh than to cry. They played Spike Jones' music continuously and hoped that Connell's brain was still presenting some like silliness of it all. Weeks before, when Connell was slipping in and out of coma, Furman sneaked in the flash into the hospital room. Dad was very able to drink a little water, but it came Jim with such, Jane said. He looked at me like a permission, and I struggled. Who cares if he has one at this point? Dad was dribbled the water down his chin, and went to the nurses to try to get it to him. But every drop of starch went down. Connell was first been diagnosed with bladder cancer in 1987. And I went camaraderie. The bladder was removed, and it was 7 distant years. Jen said, one day he called me out of the blue and said, I need to get to the hospital. They went to the chest and x-ray, saw what is a full of tumors. My uncle said, who's going to take care of him? You or me? I said, me. But I have no idea what it's entitled. But I went with him to every treatment, every transmission, every hospitalization. I cooked and cleaned, but that's when I really got to know him in a different way. But I haven't had the last 3 years with my dad. But I might have some regret, but nothing went unsaid. but he became too ill to continue. Connell has been at work in the monitor in his years in the children's television. When he stopped, Jen was set up his camcorder to tape conversations with her father, conversations with his father. Adam Connell, a one-time producer for CBS News New York, which, by the way, I'm a huge fan of PBS NewsHour, which is amazing. Also get closer to his father in adulthood. Dad was there to begin being things in life when we were kids, and I don't know him as a person, his likes and dislikes, until we met much older. He learned to water ski with me in his 40s. I'm really lucky to have this opportunity. His advice to me when I got married with this, I screwed it up, but don't you screw it up. You got a great woman there. He realized he's satisfied a lot with his personal life. As a result of that, I focus more on my personal life rather than my career. Jen said in those last years, we tried to get him and spend some money on himself, but it was finally ostracistic. His pants were worn thin, and he had slippers with duct tape on them. Wow. The only material things that matured into him was a nice home and a good car. His last one was Lincoln. To the end, Connell had the executive producer of Madness. My dad was his complicit and rigorous. She said he had to make sure everything was in place and working the way it was supposed to be. Everything was time and scheduled. You got up in this time and read the paper from this time to that time. Connell has even picked the appropriate moment to check out. Connell even picked the appropriate moment to check out. He died at Bloody Mary time. Wow. Jen said right around 11:45. Wow. Oh man, if I see the orange all of a sudden Bloody Mary and say and all of a sudden this happened? Yeah, this that Connell was not awarded a Lifetime Achievement Emmy in the Academy's disgrace. It was it was nominated for 20 Emmys and won for the 5 across the career to span 5 decades. There's likely has never been anyone in the histories of children's television who had completed a record of achievement equal to his. An executive producer of the Stadium emerging produced progressive and groundbreaking series Cabin Kangaroo, Sesame Street, The Electric Comedy Out to Lunch, Square One TV, and MathNet. He was executive producer of Children's Social Workshop's animated adaptation of Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. And yes, there's another 156 episodes of Roger Rumjet as well. Later in the summer of '95, which I was born that time, a caveman of cars arrived in the Syrian Lake in the forest of green mountains, regions of Maine, of Western Poland. That's where his dad was happiest. Jane said, so we took him to Maine. Jim Ford kissed Dave Connell's ashes, and then he threw him into the water. Jane said, Dad could have loved it. Okay, next page. Connell, another Sesame Street partner to die of cancer, was only 64 years old when he passed on May 5th, 1995, the morning after the poker game. Yeah, I was right there, born June 28th of '95, but that is strange. Tormund died in 2007 of a short illness. He was 72 years old. Year LJPCBM was founded. Ellen Payne Davis, the town state choir of Sesame Street, died of lung cancer in the winter of '97 at the age of 75. For her name never ran on the red credits, she won the No Emmy Serenade Tabbies. performance in Sesame Street was profound. The show similarly was not been an initial success. It was about the audacious predations of the series of Almond and militia in churches and recreation halls. In the black press, on small radio stations, she was unstoppable. Beyond her work as a vice president of Children's Television Workshop, she organized voter regulation drives as president of the New York Coalition of the 100 Black Women and helped establish child care centers in prison. Wow. Allow inmates to work on educational goals with their visiting children. Kids deserve to see their parents in a setting that doesn't scare them. Wow. She said. Davis was survived by a son and stepdaughter. A neighbor who lived down the hall from her is Jersey Park told the New York Times that comedy outreach worker who used to entertain neighbors while seated in the piano, imitating Billie Holiday. She also played one-string bass with a broom tied to the overturned washtub. She could, however, cover stands making people listen. One day, Joel Stone entered the studio of the days, and he had not been feeling well and had to just returned to visit the doctor. Upon seeing writer Emily Kinsley, he turned to her and said, "I got ALS and lost Graves' disease." Kinsley harmlessly know just what to say, nor did anyone else would spread that Stone was Andrew social, ALS for short. A progressive disease that disrupts nerve calls in the brain and spinal cord. Although there was to be some virus that causes the disease, most often falls in the slow dysregulations of muscle activity followed by pulsation and death. In the miserable way to depart desert and Stone suffered no source of mystery. He continued to direct episodes of Sesame Street as far as long as he could. First using a bicycle to get around the studio, then later the bright Ted moderates chart to have been magnetized. As a token of their affection, the puppeteers commendation and hand tool came to be used, and embellish Cartman's Muppet characters. Everyone in the studio vowed keep the spirits up. One high point came in one day when the stagehand quietly wheeled Stone Spike to safety, replacing it with this lookalike that was missing its wheels, chain, and seat. Stone was convinced his bike has been bedaubed with his eyes. Wow. And vowed revenge when the prank was revealed, and howls of laughter. There was a great moment with the cart as well. My dad took the cart everywhere, said Polly Stone, who took care of her father in Manhattan until his last days. And it was used to drive him nuts that people would knew him for years who would see him in the cart and not comment on it. Like somehow it was off limits conversationally. But kids were fascinated by it. We were out in the park on one July day, and there was a kid who stood right dead center in front of the cart. "Why are you on that thing?" he asked. Dad would look up at him. When it was warm and it was no snow, I can't use my reindeer. The kid's eye got wide, and he totally disappeared. Wow. Stone's emotions got the best of him as the disease progressed. Wow. As he made a terrible blunder one night in almost New York, At the time, Stone had been dating a professor of music business at the U State University there. She invited him to guest lecture. He spoke frankly in the presidentially that night about the pleasure, the changes imposed on them Sesame Street, disparaging the leadership at Children's Television Workshop for, initially for the dumbing down the show. Leverage Stone realized that the report from the local newspaper was sitting on the lecture is unclear. But the Associated Press picked the reporter's story and landed at the desk, and the very people Stone had just criticized. Wow. Paul and I knew that our dad would have laid down his life for us, said Kate Lucas, excuse me. That much he cared, and I figured that's how much he cared about Sesame Street. He wasn't going to say, well, how we had 25 good years, and at least we had those old shows. Wow. He was going to fight pretty hard, and it cost him. The reporters show story blew things wide open. When Children's Television Workshop saw it, it was Bill's ground for firing because there was a clause in the contract about hauling the values of the show. Dad had been a troublemaker with them, but not towing the line. They were just looking for an excuse. But people were running for the show on the day-to-day basis were still loyal to that. The puppeteers, the actors, and the people who behind the set. They all loved him. It was by then the grandfather of Sesame Street. Wow. And they fired him. He would be terminated by his health insurance, where it was unthinkable to someone who was that position. Dad threatened to go in the press, and they fired him. Talking to anyone who would listen, yeah. And they come up with the ugly compromise to keep Dad's salary. Kept his portion, where he's paid very well. Kept his health insurance, yeah, I agree. Next page. But banned him from being on the set. His directing days will be over. Dad would never care about money. He would never have to stay at Sesame Street. He has so many opportunities to leave it through the years, to go up to Jim and Frank and make millions. Despite the nature of the departure, Joan Cooney kept in touch with Stone and agreed to deliver a tribute to him when he was honored by the AOS Foundation with a Lifetime Achievement Award in October 1996. In a acceptance award, Stone said when Lou Greenberg made this famous speech at Yankee Stadium, you know the one, I'm the luckiest man on the face of the earth. Wow. Face of the earth. Wow. When he did that, nobody heard him say he would have the very Jewish idea when Amandus Skyrus was. Wow. That was July 1939. Yeah, a month before Wizard of Oz came out. Wow. It was now 57 years later. And still nobody has the graduate idea. They have no idea how the disparity it is. How fast moving it is. Wow. How little it is, and what as I mentioned, the people I have to the store, they nod their heads, and so there is some strain in the Asian flu. Wow. It's a familiar disease. That's why your composition is so temporary important to raise the concentrations of people with the disease, to compete for research of dollars with those giants among charities, with much more powerful public relations. Wow. Nowadays there's Indiego, Patreon, and so forth, but that's just me. I just have one last spot for the evening, and that's it. And I don't want to offend anybody with this. It seems to me like Lil Gerberg has really borne this disease now for 57 years and deserves a rest. Yeah, and he was this great athlete, but he shouldn't have been a lousy, rotten, crummy disease. Exactly. But he's named after him. So I propose tonight that we renamed the D word thing Marv Thornberry disease. Wow. In his final year, Stone got to work on complimenting his life in the paper. Told in the 209 pages of funny, panaches, biting prose. Doing so administered him to his growth of lot of bail to have build up over the what was felt like this banning on Sesame Street. He didn't live long enough to see that was around the corner set was merely disbandment it. Beers soundly rejected the turning away from the core to characters that had been making the series so successful for so long. The only major character which survived the debate was Zoe, and the Audrey on the debates is my friend Bill's talent shining through. Frank Oz, however, remember a visit the Stones in this past months. Joe and I would initially meet for breakfast when he was still well enough to go out for the soccer scooter, and I could see him getting worse and worse. Next time he had an oxygen tank, and then the next time he could hold his fork. That, along with the bitterness of what happened to him at Sesame Street, that was very, very difficult to take. Something quite wonderful happened at the end near through. Beverly Stone, long divorced from John, started coming to his apartment one night a week to give Polly a night off from watching her over their father. We used to watch Mad Over You together and laugh. She said the Paul Razor character reminded her of a young John. The Helen Hunt character reminded him of the young Beverly. Wow. Wow. Stone was hospitalized on the final day. Beverly and Polly arrived with his morning manuscript. I planned to start the read in the day before, but Polly told me he wanted some of it to read when I get to the hospital. He hadn't read it for a while. As we went along, I said, "John, wait a minute. It didn't happen that way. This is how it happened." Then I turned to the page and the chapter went ahead to Miss Riddigal, way to pronounce it. John woke up Polly and said, "Now you're gonna get it." John Stone, the soul of Sesame Street, died on March 30th, 1997. He was 65 years old. The video showing memorial service included legendary shot of an empty director's chair with Stone's name in the script across the back and support. Norman Stiles was relaxing at home in the weekend before Labor Day 1998. Wow. When Jeff Moss phoned with a quick request, he asked if I would be available to attend the upcoming meeting of the Sesame Street writers, Stiles said. At the time, Stiles wasn't working on the series, but I did not ask why he wanted to meet me there. He wanted me there. His voice sounded strained as his breathing was labored. Wow. Moss said, "I'll be speaking to half an hour. I would really like you to be there at 12:30 sharp." He was wanting to take appointment 5 times seriously. Styles assured to his friend and colleague he will be there, pronouncedly. It wasn't the first time Moss had invited Styles to a writers' meeting without providing much explanation. It happened once before in 1969 when Styles was married to a staff writers production on the new series Sesame Street. I have just concluded a 1-month audition period during which I another proportion writer named Tippy each wrote a script in a week. Styles said, I have been unemployed for over 6 months with no other protests. Wow. And I really wanted and needed the job, but over one of us was going to get hired. I didn't know whether I wanted to have the job or not. I just assumed the decision had been made yet. I don't want to have been told. Silly me. I didn't know Jeff yet. I didn't know he preferred to us at a kind of next page. Jeff Moss called to have people infer things rather than the use of direct. Wow. Simple in approach, Jeff began to talk about the new plans for the Sesame Street season and what would become written first, to schedule things like that. And when the meeting ended, I had to ask, do I have the job? Did you see Tippy? He asked. Jeff was a little impatient, though there was a twinkle in his eye, and he had to say it. Well. Okay. Years later, on a late summer day, wow. Styles seemed to his days of pretending nothing was wrong with Moss about the end. I've been known for about 2 years when he was ill. But I wasn't stopped to suppose no. Styles said about only a slight few knew the secret from the beginning. He had me fooled for the first few years, but the simplest became more obvious and consistent. Wow. It slowly began to dawn on me maybe there was something more serious going on that he was letting on. I thought about asking him directly, but I didn't. I respected Jeff's decision not to tell me. And I really hoped down deep there was really nothing to tell. The knowledgeable friend confirmed my dark suspicions. She told me that Jeff was seriously ill. She couldn't tell me exactly what was wrong with him, but I guess what was that it was like threatening that I was gonna say anything to Jeff, and I couldn't tell anyone that it was she was had told me. As a matter of fact, she said it was conversation would never happen. Most couldn't be stubborn, even though and be trusted and respected. Including his pal Bertie Kurger, annoyed cautious when Moss turned 50. Dr. Kroger began urging him to get a colonoscopy, but he kept pushing it off. By the time he did submit the test, it was too late. Excuse me. The test, the cancer is disclosure. It resulted in spread of the disease. Signed 11 operations and percent only when the programs became grim. When it was confined within the wheelchair and the portable oxygen, they decided to disclose his illness to people he worked for so long Sesame Street. The day he did one, the shot and sad, the designs on one looking pasta. Wow. In his poem, more Moss was the force of nature, a witty, strong, wild head, sometimes compatible, not always lovable, but definitely brilliant. Television writer, playwright, poet, composer, and one-time actor. As an undergraduate Princeton, Moss's, Princeton, way to pronounce it, Moss's performed in favorable Triangle Club campus musicals. Moss flourished in the 90s. He had in all other time in his life. The upswing that could be traced in the day of 1989 when Dr. Crozier set him up with Annie Badeland, a single mom who had seeking Mr. Perfect. Moss met his match in Brighton. According to the big-hearted woman who had attended 10 universities without completing a degree, will be under college record. Wow. Married once to the actress Marion Haley, and Charles Moss was open relationship. Wow. He took me out on the day before Valentine's Day, Bowen said with a coming pause. It was Friday the 13th. Moss arrived with a single rose. Wow. Which Blaine carried around with be with her for the most of the evening, but one stop she lost her track for it. For reasons she could not entirely explain to Moss, she would not distract over her carelessness. Jeff would not have known it, but my sister Andy was a major flower person, and she was not so upset but losing the rose. Said Andy's sister Molly Boyden, a longtime Sesame Street staff writer who got her started television after being mentored by Moss. Somehow she knew this guy was going to be important to her. I know because back then she was used to be running all of her potential boyfriends to me by me for approval. She called me after that date by how she as well as gone, and that she wanted me to meet him as soon as possible. The morning after the date, a message arrived at Annie Boland's door with a single red rose and the card read, I think you dropped this. Jeff and Annie married in 1991. They have a son, Alexander, becoming a father to Alex, and a stepfather to Jonathan. Provided Moss a chance to be a kind of parent, a fifth father would never to be him and his sister. Jeff did not grow up as the center of this household. Although he was a golden boy, always at the top of this class, athlete and talented. Annie Boland said. Jeff's father was actor Owen Moss, a man with a huge soap operas. Wow. There was room for only one set for the Moss household. Jeff was up against his dad his whole life, Annie Moss said. His dad never thought much of Jeff's work on television because it was for children. And how important could it be if it was work meant for only for them? The only time Jeff's dad ever told he was love him and went Jeff's musical double feature. Wow. Opened on Broadway, and because that was a world almost new. Wow. But Jeff told me that was what his father was said that night. He admitted that was too little, too late. Jeff Moss wrote that book, music and lyrics, for a double feature. It had the smell of the potential hit 2 years prior to its Broadway opening. Tommy Two, the choreographer, Mike Nicholas was director when the musical was being shaped in Connecticut in 1979. But Moss immediately rejected Nicholas's idea to prove the four-character play. Nicholas was characters credits included a number of successful stage productions as well as films like Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, The Graduate, and Conjugal Knowledge Walk Away from the Project. Two new full of Nicholas out of the door. Wow, it was sad. Next page. Well, Jeff was never back down. He was it was a total Mike Nicholas. Wow. Said they were sister-in-law Molly Dalton Bowen, but double feature has gotten great reviews in New Haven, Connecticut. Wow, and everybody has high hopes for it. But the theater critic Frank Rich started with the meanest review I ever read. Rich opening line in the New York Times on October 9th, 1981 reads, a musical into trouble when Act 2 opens with a song asking how it's going to end, and you're still waiting for the show to begin. With the closing of double feature, Moss matches Joe Raposo, the late Joe Raposo, that is, in 1986, and his Broadway's disappointment, Raggedy Ann, the musical adventure, would close after 5 performances. The two were the best of the combinations. Chris Turf, who met Moss in 1964, in the mysterious bus ride out to Fort Dix to begin their army, the basic training. So the two composers once famously wrestled the promotions over the Sesame Street record album. Jeff and Joe were definitely one would not have any more songs than the other, but the producer decided the album was going to have an odd number of tracks. This was a very difficult problem to solve, but Jeff finally agreed that Joe could have more songs a lot longer as long as Jeff's name is in the box of the cover. Jeff took a lot of tripling and add things like that, rightly so. But he was such a pervious and brilliant writer, both lyrics and music. Wow. Okay. And he has such a sensationally and pride in this about his work. You could forgive him. Okay. Okay. The word that comes into mind is interrogatory. I'll get to that in the final thoughts video. But anyway, he would never change everything just because it was easy to let go, because he thought could get an easy laugh, or maybe things that go because better for him and make changes. Wow. What difference he may have caused were given on the day of September 1998, when Moss arrived at the Children's Social Workshop at 12:30 sharp. His coming to me and in the way of saying goodbye and letting us say goodbye was one of the most greatest things I ever seen in a human being, said Joan Cooney. His greatness just took my breath away. He told us he was been sick for 5 years. He had spoke so movingly about what his career at Sesame Street had been to him and was meant to him. When he finished, we started and applauded for a long time, and I wanted to go on forever that moment. When people got up and spoke spontaneously about what his poetry had been for all of us to know him, and then we got a hug and kiss him and tell him how much we loved him. And then a few days later, he was gone. In his last day on Earth, Jeff Moss completed another song. It was entitled "You and Me," said Annie Boleyn. He was so brave, and he never stopped. I never once saying to him that maybe would be the time that he could retire on the island like St. John. Jeff said, "Not one in your life. I'm going to keep working until they put me in the 6 feet under." And so he worked on the day he died. Jeff Moss died on September 24th, 1998. He was 56 years old. 10 years later, Plasman University announced a ranking of its 26 most athlete graduates. And sorry, it was raining outside. But anyway, Jeff Arnold Moss, class 1963, was listed among F. Scott Freshland, with Drew Wilson, James Madison, John Foster, journalist, Duels, and Richard Feynman. A accomplishing profile of him written by journalist Tom S. Purdon, Priceland, class 82, mentioned that Moss rackled up 14 Emmys and an Academy Award nomination and helped teach hundreds of millions of children worldwide good bit about what it means to be human. One more in 2002, Rosie O'Donnell was quiet up at the Target to check out. A look at the wreck, she recalled, just never mother making the trip to the store. I had no makeup. I had no line was a toddler facing his mother. Upon seeing O'Donnell, the child began to point and jabber. Over and over he was saying, "Animal fresh, animal fresh." O'Donnell said the mother and the monitor starting shushing the child and remind him it was polite to point and to not talk to strangers. Yeah, I agree. And there was no stopping him. The mother was having a hard time understanding what was gone into him. I said to her, "Hey, it's okay. He was trying to let you know something." And to the child, O'Donnell said, "You're right, honey. I'm almost spread from TV." Shoppers a bit embarrassed, admitted, "Rosie, I didn't have recognized you. I know, but your 2-year-old son did, and was appreciated, but did the Bay here." O'Donnell's syndicated daytime talk show, which ran for 193 episodes. From 1996 to 2002, where Seguri responsible for this overtaking Big Bird as a signature character for Sesame Street, but for his success as an interactive Christmas toy. I first came to know about Elmo through my niece. O'Donnell said, "I get to visit my sister, and the TV would be turned to Sesame Street for her little girl, and I found myself watching along with her because I loved the show from my way back. But the new Elmo character was just so funny. And a few years later, they asked me to do the guest spot on Sesame Street, and all of a sudden, there was a huge, handsome black man at my feet. I looked down at him and I went, "Are you Elmo?" "Hi, Kevin," he said. Next page. "Okay," O'Donnell said. "First, you're a genius. Second, I cannot believe you look like you do. I do not have that image of you at all. Clash says people often think you should be short, bald, and wearing glasses." Yeah, exactly. Kevin started proving, just sitting there with me, and I would forget that he would be shown down below, you know? Anyway, and I'm one of those people who could play pretend with a child for hours on end, so Kevin and I just clicked. For the Christmas season of '96, Taco launched an Elmo doll that was culmination of years of microchip research and development in the toy industry, embedded within sound and motion technology that could make Elmo seem to giggle when his tummy was tickled, leaving him shaking in the convention of laughter. "Oh boy, that tickles!" When Elmo's big lie. Wow. Tackles Take me Elmo to my house, and another to the studio, O'Donnell said. Sure enough, my son was one, and we're walking at the time was grab it, following it, hug it, laugh with it. It was the cutest thing I ever saw. So as I started with about it on the show, the rest of the toy industry legend priced at $29.99. Taking me Elmo debuted in July with an experience and sales of 400,000 units. Wow! But after Rosie's plug and subsequent experience with the show by Clash and Elmo, the 4 factories and some China manufacturing the doll was run in full capability. Bohemian 747s was shuttering between Asia and North America in the months leading to Christmas. Troops of transports bearing ammos by the tens of thousands. And it says that $1 million was sold. The by countless other sales was faultless. We pronounce it, but because so widely never caught up with the band. A downfall is a friendship with Clash, working together in charity events and special appearances. It's about like dancing with Barry Skidgall, we announce it, to do acting with him, she said. You have to really be in the moment because he was an amazing impressionational artist, a special skill not that many have. People we think will be great on talk shows either because of their personalities or the image of their ability to be funny in the sitcom. Oftentimes are not. And it takes special time of skill and appropriate cash if it is overload. But the amazing part of it is to see kids around Kevin will be doing Elmo. Okay. Anyway, that they were totally forgot. It was sitting there. What he does it's always saying every soul was playing a make believe. The more you try and take away from kids, the more they pretend. From the beginning, Sesame Street encouraged imagination and playfulness. It always felt like a show to me about freedom. It always felt spoken to children in a beautiful way. Children are children, rich or poor. There is a language of truth, and this innate and these tiny developed being that they can hear Sesame Street in respect for its audience and in respect of itself. They never cut any corners and cut any stock in their smart idols. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break because the rain's about to storm around my house right now, and you know what? Let's not take a commercial break. That'll take long. You know, let's finish off reading, and yeah, it's passed by us. You know, let's finish off when we left off. But anyway, okay. It's hard to get fired from the unpaid internship, but Jeff Marks managed to do during his term of service in Sesame Street in 1999. Excuse me, but I just missed up anyway. The story goes as wanted to write songs, not empty trash cans. But this is kind of mine. It would be logical to assume that opposed to create an off-color musical stereo of this series. A year later, draw puppets that could look like a second cousin of the Muppets, with composure on stage and singing the virtuous of internet porn. I'm not gonna say the P word. Excuse me. With eventual of as a disgraceful granted discards that explains nothing about the development of Avenue Q, the assiduous love letter ever sent to Sesame Street penned by the clever songwriting team of Jeff Marks and Robert Lopez. Avenue Q eventually commenced as a television series, generated into the stage musical after merit workshop sessions, revising the off-Broadway run It debuted on Broadway in 2003 in the final Thursday of July. Brent Bradley's review in the Times hailed the careers of the measuring narrative intonation and low expressions can be basis for the Rover Invention musical. Its songs and performances, according to the children, that Avenue Q plays with the most frequently of the congruence between the world, according to the children's television, and the reality of adult life, the nature of twinkly songs, unfavorably, totally and distinguishably traceable, can be disputed in their lives. The titles, such as Everything's a little bit racist, which is sad. Santa Fredel, the internet is for, not going to say the P word. You can be as loud as the H word, I'm not going to say, you want what you may love, and that's what it is. Stephanie DiZardo joined the project when he was still in development. Craig Sherman, now I to the Jim Henson Company, and DiZardo's husband of 5 years. We're giving her to Marks and Lopez Wednesday. We're searching a singing female puppeteer to participate in the industry read their work in progress. By 2000, she was already a respected member of the circle of puppeteers who work on television projects in New York, including Sesame Street. My first season of work on Sesame Street was the first year of Around the Corner, she said. I did play the background birds at the Prairie Arms Hotel. If Mark Wollman hadn't come along, if they had simply maintained the status quo and only the old characters and the old set, a new puppeteer would never have the opportunity to perform. Around the Corner referred people like me. When she got involved with Avenue Q, the episode was a curious promotion of Superman's energy being on Sesame Street parody. Wow. Complaining that she was performing disparagingly opposed puppets in Avenue Q. Wow. Next page. The man seeking kindergarten teaching assistant Kate Monster and Lucy DeSilt, a singer with a major bossing and assistance for Kate's call on off boyfriend person. The other vamp advisor said characters were designed by Rick Lawn, which got bounced from a puppeteering job for the Sesame Street and like Marks, used parody of the bomb for any wanted feelings, and on his website, Long posed the central question asked by the Avenue Q creative team: what if a cozy family or kids television show had been to grow up? Not just the characters, but the subject matter, the songs, and the attitude. Man, this is ridiculous. Yeah, it's gonna storm any moment. It's gonna the power outages for any moment now. I'm gonna go ahead and finish off after these 2 pages, and we'll wrap things up. I'm gonna take a break afterwards, but anyway. The cast also included Sesame Street puppeteers John Torregroga and that was not helping at all. Anyway, John Torregroga and Jennifer Barnhart, Torregroga, like Brazil, did double duty performing President and Republican stockbroker Bob, represented homo, I'm not gonna say the S word, in love with his roommate Nikki, played by Lion. Avenue Q won the 2004 Tony for the Best Musical Designer, who was nominated for the Best Actress Silver who went on to do more than 1,000 performances as Kate Monster. People often tell her Jim Henson would have loved the show. Wow. For season 30, the Around the Corner set and some fidelities were abominated, but tab ratings continued to roam to Sesame Street, the competitive environment of preschool television. At the same time, the mean age for the typical Sesame Street viewer was growing steadily younger. In advance of a 2-week workshop for producers and writers, and an annual brainstorm event held before script arrangements are handed out. Executive producer Michael Lohman called for ideas to refresh the show and celebrate this core audience. When we're back in the experiment again, said veteran writer Julie Furberg, we have gotten mandates from the front office saying our ratings are we're in trouble. So we started trying to come up with a different way to do the show, tossing ideas around. The idea was to change it without losing what we have. It seems clear to the workshop attendees that the magazine format of establishing a street-based story at the top of the show and spacing out in its development through the hour. With segments interrupting the narrative with no ideal, the home video boom in the 1980s and the exploration of new 30-minute television shows. Oh God, not this thunder again. But anyway, on cable, clearly the masterizations that the story could could hold attention of children under the age of 5 for 90 minutes or more. We felt that the gap between street segments was too long, and the kids were losing their storyline. At the same time, Elmo's popularity had grown the leaves but bounds. I went home that one afternoon and just hit me. Maybe we just do something really different. Ally McBell was popular at that time, so different than anything else on television. Wow. Thinking about that spot brought me wonder whether Elmo can have a segment that be an entirely different format. Maybe he had been the guide for the final 15 to 20 minutes of the hour. The segment was that audience, that research showed there was a one in which kids were losing their way with the show. So I brought the show with the show idea with me during the final week of the workshop. Thinking it was to be killed. It was radical because we have never vered from the magazine monastic and have never given away any character more than any character to do. From the far from being rejected, it was added to the list of possible ways to revamp the series. Attendees split into work groups, and Fernberg joined the 5 others to imagine what the Elmo-centric cocoon segment might include. Over the course of a few days, the backing of the main group, the basic concerns and concerns of Elmo's world evolved. They were refined over the month's time, but a breakthrough moment occurred when writer animator Mo Williams proposed that Elmo could exist when the computer-generated universe that we have a stream of combinations, feel to it. Looking through the child's squiggly crayon drawing came to life. Not so like the world's examination by Pee Wee Herman in the semi CBS Saturday morning cartoon Pee Wee's Playhouse in 1986-1991, the furniture and electronics within Elmo's world would not be static. They would be stretchy and squashy, Freeberg said. And so toddling that table and the window shade that would snap open to reveal a new character that was, in fact, a fallback for what was Mr. Noodle, played by first aware Michael Jer, the late Michael Jer, that is. Then later the Broadway actor Burl Island. Burl Island did it first, and then Michael Jer did it second, so that was fair enough. If not a more Japanese version of Buddy and Jim, the Bobmers who try to do driving a nail in a balloon. Mr. Noodle, who never speaks, and it's all about trial and error. Fallberg said, "We will throw him a hat. He acts like he never been seen on one before." Kids felt empowered but watching him because could do what he can't. Baggy Pants Mr. Noodle and his brother Mr. Noodle reflect the slapstick comedy of silent film vaudeville. It was a little wonder that Fallberg was Audrey with writers Tony Gress, Emily Quinsley, and Molly Baldwin found a way to pay homage to John Stone and Jim Henson by creating a character that would have made them laugh till they cried. So that was chapter 18. And it took me 3 hours and 30 minutes read time. What do I think about the whole chapter 18 of this book? I read the whole chapter and I thought it was amazing from the 90s and 2000s. And so far, I was born in the mid-90s and came to the early 2000s and late 90s and watched Sesame Street. It was great and fantastic. And so far, this book was a successful book. But, you know, and we're going to end the book readings right there. We got to finish one more book read, and that's, of course, the epilogue in the book, and then we'll do the final thoughts of the book. But anyways, guys, that wraps the book reviews, episode 19. Excuse me. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one, which is going to be the epilogue of the book. Till next time, salute Jerry's goodbye. Peace out, baby. We got more book reviews, guys, very soon. Till then, Jump saying out. See ya. We're cleared. We're definitely cleared. We need to save the book. Taping Part 2. And the rain stops, okay. I'll be right back. Back, folks. I was deeply quiet and not doing anything project-wise, but however, I was in the middle of not doing anything editing-wise. So let's go ahead tell Billy how
If I do plan on being with you and David for a pressure luck game, it probably won't be until after I come back from Disney.
That's fine by me. Okay. Okay, now what we're going to do now is get the Discord and export my project. So, least we can do is see if I can delete that project now. that I don't have a video taken out and take care of. Bam, let's delete this now. Hang on, David, I'm coming. No, I do not want it to mean to do that. But anyway. Disney World. Oh, hang on. Be right there with you. Headphones. Forgot about those. Okay. Paige versus Mitch. Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Hello there.
Hey.
What's good? Alright, let's see. How do I work
Alright.
this?
Let me get everything set up and we'll start. This. This one's good. Let me share my screen.
Okay.
Alright. So it's gonna be Luke here, arbitrary champion. We also have Myth and hold on. And we have Peach. Okay. And we are probably going to be doing two things here. It depends if Betty or Remix Plum will be able to join in on. So,
Yeah.
we're going to spin around. Okay. Looks like this good, so. Ready to begin?
Right.
Alright. Looks like this is good. Alright. And now. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And welcome to Price of Luck. This is the game show where contestants are up to $50, but they have to for the winning. Today we have our return champion here with us, and who was from our last episode. And that would be Luke. Check this out again.
Hello guys, as I'm speaking live from making the LJPCBM 2020 as we speak and making this all successful for you guys and things like that. And I'm ready for defend my championship.
Alright. And we also have Mitch here as well. How you doing?
I'm doing good. What about yourself? Happy to be here.
Doing well. What tell us about yourself?
Well, I'm unemployed at the moment. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and I like game shows.
Alright.
Enough said.
And we also have Paige here. How you doing?
Hello, everybody. What's going on?
Doing well. What would you like to tell us about yourself and what you do?
Well, I'm a game show historian. That's pretty much what I do.
Alright. So, we are going to get started by playing Press Luck. It's simple. We are going to do the spin round and try to get much spins as possible. So, let's hit the board. Alright, we are going to start with Luke. So, good luck to you.
And okay. And stop.
Let's get to spin again. Here we go.
And stop.
3 spins.
Yeah.
Alright, Mitch, it's your turn.
And
Stop
stop.
ready. One spin, get to spin again.
There we go. And stop.
One spin. Alright, Paige, it's your turn, so stop when you're ready.
Alright. Okay. And stop.
Oh, sure, spin. Well, it's not over yet. Run number 2, your turn.
And stop.
One spin, get to spin again. Here we go.
And stop.
Great spins to get the spin again.
Yeah. And stop.
One spin, Mitch, it's your turn. Here we go.
Stop.
One spin. Alright, Paige, it's your turn. Stay 6 minutes.
Okay. And stop.
One spin, get the spin again.
Okay. And stop.
One spin. Alright, Luke, it's your turn. Nice spin, just get some more.
And stop.
One spin. Now it's Butch's turn. Here we go. Mitch.
Oh, okay.
One spin.
There we go.
Alright, Paige, it's your turn.
Alright. And stop.
One spin. Alright, here is round number 4. And Luke, here we go.
And stop.
One spin. So at the end, oh wait, not yet. It's Mitch's turn. Excuse me. One spin and Paige. Let's get some more spins here.
Alright. And stop.
Great spins. There we go. So now at the end of this round, we have Luke with 11 spins, Mitch with 5, and Paige with 6. Will can win one money tonight or be sacrificed out after this. Now here we go with the next round. Welcome back to Private Select, and it's now time for the big bucks. We have one money on board. And we're going to start with a player with the fewest amount of spins, and that will be Mitch, who has 5. So, press the luck or pass.
Let's go.
Okay, here we go. Step out $1,000. Alright. You have a total of 4 spins, $1,000, press the luck or pass.
Press. Let's press.
Okay. Step at $2,000, okay? And you have a total of $3,000. What's your question?
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. Stop.
Stop, Al Whammy. Well, it's not over yet. You have still 2 spins, so press look or pass.
Let's go. Let's go.
$1,000. You have one spin left, and will I pressing or passing?
Let's use that one.
Alright, last turn here.
Okay. Okay. No more whammies and stop.
Oh, whammy! Oh, good. Well, it's Page's turn here, who has 6 spins, so do not press the left or pass.
Well, we can't win with nothing, so we gotta go.
Okay.
And stop.
Step at $2,000. So we have
Okay. Let's keep going. Keep going.
Thank you.
Alright.
If I'm performing making
And stop.
Step at $26.75. You have 4 spins left. What do you want to do?
Let's keep going. Keep going.
Alright.
And stop.
Step at 1,400. Now up to 6,075. You have 2 spins with left to press or pass.
6,075. 3 spins. Let's keep going.
Okay, here we go.
And stop.
Oh, 2,200. You have 2 spins left. 8,275. Press your pass.
2 spins left. Let's go one more time.
One more time. Let's see what happens.
Okay. And stop.
Step at Food Factory, row 2,320. Now, you said you will go one more time, so you will pass now or change your mind.
I'm a pass.
Okay, so to who? To Luke or to Mitch, who has 2 whammies?
Let's give it to Mitch. Let's give it to Mitch.
Okay, so Mitch, you cannot get a whammy here to get throw whammy out one. So here we go. Step at 2750. Okay. Now we move on to Luke, who has 11 spins and no money yet, so press the left fast.
Press my lock.
Okay.
And stop.
Step at 1,500.
Wow.
There we go.
Hmm.
Okay, what do I do?
Press my lock.
Okay.
And stop.
Step at $1,000.
Okay.
What do I do?
Press my lock. Stop.
Step out factor spaces to $4,000.
Oh my god.
6,000. You trail by 4,095. 6,500 is the total. Each bench when you want to go.
Plasma lock.
Here we go.
And stop.
Step at 1,700 in spend. You have right now 8,200 when you want to go.
Plasma lock.
Okay.
I see an error going on in the background. And stop.
Step at 1,500. 9,707 spends when you want to do.
Hold on, I can't see anything real fast. Oh, there we go. Plasma lock.
Okay.
And stop.
Step at 1,400. You have $11,100 spends when you want to do.
One more time.
One more time.
And stop.
1,500 now. You have right now 12,600. You're in the lead in first place. You have 5 spins left. You can continue on, or you can pass them.
I can pass them.
So, Paige, you have 5 spins. You have to take with 10,595. Here we go.
And stop.
Another winning in this game. But you have 4 spins still. You trail by 20-15 for mix. What do you want to do?
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay. And stop.
Ow! Oh, I can fix it. It does this every time. Hold on. It needs to go.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
difficulties.
Where was it? Oh, I can edit it back to where it was. I just need to, where is it? Okay, hold on. I think this is where. Oh, that's not it. I'll be right back. Just gotta, fix this situation. So I'll be back in a few minutes.
That's fine.
Alright, we're back. Alright. So now let's resume the game. Looks like everything is good here, so fine enter above. Alright. Looks like it's good here. Let's just okay. Oh, nice. Oh, okay. And okay. So you currently have 3 spins, 2 remaining, and do you want to press it up or do you want to pass?
Let's go for it. Let's go for it.
Okay.
And stop.
So my trip were 4,672. Now you have 2 spins, you trail by 7,928. Press it up or pass.
I'm a pass.
Okay. So Luke has $12,600 on the line with 2 spins. Here we go.
And stop.
1,505. 1 spin left, 4,105. And here we go.
And stop.
2,250. So, at the end of this round, Luke has 60,355, Mitch has 2,750, and Paige has 4,672. We'll be right back for more action right after this. Here. Okay. Oh, I got rid of this. Alright, here we go. We got back from pressing luck, and it's now time for round number 2. Here we go, Luke.
And stop.
3 spins. Alright, Mitch, here we go. Your turn. Three spins. Alright, Paige, your turn.
Okay. And stop.
1 spin. Alright, here is round number 2 in his spin round. Your turn.
And stop.
1 spin, you get to spin again.
And stop.
1 spin, and Mitch's turn. Here we go.
And stop.
1 spin. Paige, it's your turn.
Okay. And stop.
1 spin. Round number 3, and Luke, it's your turn.
And stop.
3 spins, and Mitch's turn. Here we go.
And stop.
1 spin. Alright, Paige. Let's
Okay.
get more spins.
And stop.
1 spin. So, our last round here with the spin rounds. Luke, it's your turn.
And stop.
3 spins, and you are on a whopping 11 spins. Mitch, it's your turn.
Stop.
1 spin, and you get to spin again. And Paige, here we go.
No, it's still my turn.
Oh, excuse me.
Stop.
One spin. Now, here we go with the last spin, or possibly 2 or more spins.
Right. And stop.
One spin. So that is the end for the spin round. Luke has 11 spins, Smith has 7, and Pink has 4. Who will be the champion again tonight? We'll decide to find out after this. We are back with Price Select, and it's now time for the big bucks. And we have a lot of money up there on board. And I will start with clear with the fewest amount of money this time instead of spins. And that will be mixed with 27.50. What do you want to do?
Let's go. Let's go.
Alright.
All right. Stop.
Step at $2,000. And you have 6 spins left. Price Select a pass.
Let's go. Press.
Okay.
Stop.
Step at
That's what I'm talking
$10,000
about.
and
That's what
spin.
I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Wow.
All right. All right.
What do you want to do?
Let's go.
Okay.
Stop.
Step at $22.50. And you're currently in the lead with $17,000. What do you want to do?
One more time.
One more time.
Stop.
Oh,
Dude,
no.
come on. Just come on with that now. Stop playing, man.
Oh,
You
that's
Oh my goodness.
on the frame, but you can still get back into the game. 4 spins, 3 winnings, 1 1
Let's go.
Gotta get some money.
Stop.
So the 1,500. 3 spins left. Price Select a pass.
Let's go.
There goes nothing.
Stop.
Step at African Safari with 18,344. You're up to 19,844. 3 whammies. I'm assuming one pass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you're not split after 4. You have 11 spins, 2 spins you have to take, but be able to go to Page, who has 4,672. 4 spins left, first level pass.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
And stop.
Oh, crud. Now both Mitch and Paige has 3 winnings, but you still have 3 spins. You want some money. First select a pass.
Well, we gotta get something, so let's go.
Of course.
And stop.
Stop at $8,000 any spin. You have 3 spins left, 3 whammies, 1 1
We gotta go.
You want to get that $10,000 in the spin.
And stop.
Step at no more spins to either 1,500 spin or 4,750.
$47.50.
$4,750. Now you have $12,750. If you hit that $10,000 in spend, you will be in the league. So, what do you want to do?
Let's go for it.
Oh, he's risking on.
Here we go. And stop.
Stop at $8,000 in the spin. No matter what, I've seen in the league. $20,750. 2 spins. I'm
Let's
assuming
go.
we'll pass.
Pass him to Mitch. Pass him to Mitch.
Mitch is 12, a little bit over $1,000. So here we go. Oh!
Come on. Oh, I did not know I was on my third whammy. Oh, Lord.
I'm sorry, Mitch, but we'll see on that episode. Luke, here we go.
And stop.
Step Michael Matthews spaces to $10,000. That is fair.
Oh my God!
One spin left, we have to take no matter what.
Okay.
So.
And stop.
So my trip to Australia. Now we have currently 35,607. We have 12 spins left. And what do you want to do?
I'm gonna pass them.
Oh my. Everything is on the line right here. Well, look, the thing is, Stephanie said, let's find out.
Okay. And stop.
Spin by trip, we're 9,804. You have a long ways to go. It never spins. Here goes nothing.
And stop.
Stop, Whammy!
Yeah!
Winner.
Yeah!
30,607.
Yeah!
Whammy free, and we'll be right back with that bonus round.
Woo!
Alright. Let me clear everything here for a bonus game.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna go to commercial, so stand by in the first channel as I'm gonna talk to everybody here. 5 spins. Alright. Welcome back to Press It Up, and we want to congratulate Luke. If he wins one birthday on next episode, he could be our champion. And I want to say to Mitch and Paige, thank you for being here, signing both money out, but we want to see you all in the future episode. So, Luke, how do you feel with over 35,000?
Successful, and it was rock and roll, man.
Well, yeah, go on to our bonus round right now, so here we go. Oh, shoot.
What's going on?
Trick me. Hold on. 5. Oh, okay. Okay. There we go. Now we're going to the bonus round. You have over $158,000 to cast a question before. You have 5 spaces you have to take no matter what. So, here we go.
Okay. And stop.
So by stereo with 3,100, you have 4 spaces.
Yeah, that's like, come on.
And stop.
So by $10,000, you have right now 13,100. Here we go.
And stop.
Step at 2,500. You have 2 spins. You can go.
And stop.
Step at 3,100 for a total of 18,700. 1 spin left. Here we go.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And stop.
Step at 2,500. Now you have currently $21,200 that you can either stop right now, or if you want to continue on to see if you can win a lot more money and maybe even $1 million if we hit the half a million dollar mark. What do you want to do?
We'll see. I'm going to do it one more time and we'll be done.
Let's see what happens in the format. Alright. Of this game right here. Now this time we have the $50,000 top prize. And we're gonna have Luke here with 4 spins. So we are just gonna subtract the spinners. So here we go.
And stop.
5,500. You have some more spins here. Here we go.
And stop.
4,500. Alright, 2 more spins to go. Subtract 1. Here we go.
And stop.
3,750. Now, technically it says here 2 spins left, but you made a mistake. 1 spin left. Here we go.
And stop.
$10,000. Now, we are just gonna leave it right there. 36,950. What do you want to do?
I was gonna leave it right there.
Alright, 36,950. Congratulations. So, that is the end of this episode of Press You Know. Luke will be coming back for the next episode. And will he win and become a champion? Well, we just have to find out. And we will be see you next time. And thanks for Press You Know. Bye-bye. Alright. So. And we are clear.
Wow.
Good game.
Alright. Is when our wings coming in for a second week?
I think Billy told me, however, let you know I'm ready. We'll start after Jeopardy.
And what time is that?
8 o'clock, you know?
Well, I will be doing the Hangout Outcast at that time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think tomorrow afternoon will be the best time.
I'll tell Billy that. In between Hammock's Plum, I'll have to explain that to Billy. Most of the time, if he doesn't show up, then he'll be coming back after Disney World. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's a trip for his 26th birthday party. As for Remix, I spoke to Remix and he said, I'll be busy, yes. Maybe next time.
Okay. Other than busy, getting ready for Hangout Outcast, so see you there.
Yeah, see ya. What a game. Let's go. I'll be right back. I'm back, folks. I'm getting ready to do a book review and finish up the book. But before I finish up the book, let me go ahead and edit this real quick and I'll have peace up for the day. Let's go ahead and do it now. Well, we did it. David did it. You know what I mean? Okay, now what I'm gonna do now. Chapter 19 of the book. Oh. Wait, 19. Chapter 19. 18 of the book. Episode 18, Street Gang, chapter 18.
Luke, pizza's ready.
Comment. I'm doing the best I can to edit the project. And I will comment that as soon as I can. I'll be right back. I'm back, folks. Getting ready to eat my pizza. And then all I have to do now is complete the big project at the mall. Luke J 62895. Let me see. Let me delete this now. Okay, there we go. Book reviews, episode number 20 and 21. And I'll wrap it up with Billy Moody's very own special that he wanted me to do today. So let's do it. Let's eat the pizza now. So we got, shall we? So we got. Delicious pizza. No.
They look like the Wiggles, sound like the Wiggles, and even have an ex-Wiggle running the show. But Australia's newest child entertainers differ in one big way. The characters are all emergency service workers with songs about keeping kids safe. They call themselves Team Rescue, and a warning to mums and dads, it won't be long before this catchy tune gets stuck in your head, because the original yellow Wiggle, Greg Page, is writing the songs. His big bright smile has lit up so many Australian homes. The original yellow Wiggle, Greg Page, wrote many of the group's world-famous cheerful tunes. Hot potato, hot potato, hot potato, hot potato. He left the group in 2006 due to illness, but has been writing songs ever since. Now he's about to get into the driver's seat again, joining Team Rescue, Australia's newest children's group with a difference. If you want to stay safe when you're swimming at the beach. They're educating kids to keep them safe.
The group is led by Tony Chiocco, a Gold Coast firefighter who hopes Team Rescue can help prevent the tragedies he sees too often on the job. If you want to stay safe, then walk around the pool. It's something Greg is passionate about too, but don't expect to see him in a bright skivvy. Instead, he'll be behind the scenes, writing the catchy tunes which kids love and parents can't get out of their heads. Just like the Wiggles, you can catch Team Rescue on YouTube, on children's TV, and even Virgin Australia has picked them up for their in-flight entertainment. Oh, what a great message. And in a Weekend Sunrise exclusive, we're joined by the former Yellow Wiggle himself, Greg Page. Greg, I can't tell you how many times you've been in my living room
I know,
and on my screens
in
and
our
computers
bedrooms.
and phones. Lovely to see you in person.
Yes.
And one of the creators of Team Rescue, Tony Chico. Guys, welcome. Greg, we'll start with the spotlight. You've been out of it for a little while now, but what made you want to be involved in this, particularly in this project?
Well, look, it's an amazing project to be a part of. I mean, my passion is educating children, and what better thing to educate them about than safety and how to be safe and saving lives and preventing injuries. And that's when Tony approached me about 4 years ago. Tony's the creator of Team Rescue, and he reached out to me and said, could you help me bring this to life and get these messages out there to keep children safe? So that was really what did it for me.
Tony, you're a firefighter and also a stalker, it turns out, because you managed to get in contact with Greg and get him on board. Was your idea basically that we've got to just have a great way to get into kids' heads?
Look, as an emergency service worker, and I've worked in 2 different states and territories now, and I've been a firefighter for a number of years, and the amount of tragedy and trauma that we as rescue workers do witness out there, especially for young children, of a preventable nature, pretty much gave me the idea to get something out there.
Sure. Yeah, brilliant idea. Well, they're pretty stoic, we know, our first responders, our firefighters. What did the team at the fire station think of your new side gig?
Look, I have...
I'll be right back. I'm back, folks. Sorry for the delay. I just came back from just getting ready to read this book, and it's an important thing to read this book. It's just I'm getting ready to start having the finished touches of this book, but that's just me. Let's see how long this is. 2 hours and 12 minutes. Good. You know, let's go ahead and figure out, let's do it on, yeah, we already done Pressure Love. Now it's the time. Oh, come on, really? Yeah. Got a book to read. I haven't finished touching the book. And that'll be it for the rest of the day. Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to episode 20 of Book Reviews. Now, before I end the street game book to read for you guys, I'll have to wrap up the one simple favor for you guys. For the epilogue of the book. It was a huge, this will be 5 years and 3 months since I read this book for you guys. It was a brief, successful ride for me to read the book, and I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to read this book as requested by someone else. To celebrate, instead of celebrating the 45th year, I still wanted to establish to celebrate the 50th year of Sesame Street alone. I purchased this book on Amazon back in 2013, the year I graduated from high school. And after that, I wanted to do this as a book review, and I discovered it, and I figured it's time to do the read. And not quite known, I just feel like I need to do something real fast. So I figured how this is going to be a thing. So here I wasn't going to be able to time will tell, and that'll be something I really want to do in the final part of the book. And I already did 18 chapters in an introduction in the book, prologue in the book. Now I'm going to do the final one of the book, and I'll be done with the book and overall. It's going to be 10 pages long, and then we'll do one more episode of this. Let's do it now. So we got, shall we? So we got. Okay. And we're going to skip the acknowledge, what we call it, and the notes, because they do not want to get it to me. But anyway. Okay, here we go. Once a month, Janet Wolf, Joan Cooney's longtime executive assistant at Sesame Workshop, made a lunch reserved for 6 at the Sentimental, excuse me, on Central Park South. When they answer it, always a sonorous "ooh," a table for Miss Cooney. Yes, absolutely. Wolf says with a slight shake of her head. Sometimes she's noticed that was a little reminders that beyond it, the pressure is polite, answering as called a problem woman she have served so long. It was not commanded, not that Donald Trump pressing, oh my god. Percents, yeah. Like you are under the name, the world stopped spinning. Like you were gonna do say, Joan Cooney is the one on the line. Everyone always says, with a bit of reverence, oh, one moment please. The monthly ladies' lunch, a tradition at Edgewell of Leslie Charlotte of CBS News. Sub-bonds, I'm not going to say the S word, of some of New York's most influential woman in media. Wow. Wall Street Journal columnist Peggy Noonan wants a special assistant at President Ronald Reagan, is the member of the group, as in Good Morning America co-anchor Diane Scheuer, Fantasy Fair correspondent Marie Barner, we pronounce it, and syndicated columnist Liz Smith. I have to be the fly on that wall, Wolf says. Wow. Cooney, the smarty girl from Phoenix, arrives in tired Admiral's flyer outlets that she wears from a season or two before donating to charity. Wow. personal shopper at the Fifth Avenue, makes choices based on her knowledge of Cooney's taste. Wow, designer preference, favorite fabrics and colors. Cooney will arrive in department stores probably at 10 a.m. Look at things over and decide. This is not one to declare away time or differ, what you pronounce it. She resists small demands like or for lunch during her 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. workday. The routine bars are unrivaled. For years she ate the same noontime meal. Wow. Tiny cup of cold, Thai pasta, accomplished by an tinier cup of fruit salad. She allows herself on one cracker and a glass of iced tea. In recent years, she have added a small piece of dark chocolate at Wolf's suggestion. Excuse me. It's supposed to be good for you. And who would like chocolate, Wolf says. Cooney kept her twice weekly tennis dates and enjoys a set outdoors and summer weekends. She took yoga classes as well. At 79 years old, she fairly regulars good health. The help of the cancer survivor who takes equitable care of herself, who knows she loves. Wow. Her office at 1 Plaza Lincoln Plaza is welcome and drenched in different natural light. Others have discovered and refurnished at Sesame Workshop through the decades. Cooney have kept the same desk and corrupted since 1969. In addition to her in the property and financial prudence. Frame photographs, commissions, and memorandums totals would be nice to hang on to the walls and nets. Neat, unusual arrangement of words of an image that make a summary statement of about her. She appreciates her life of privilege and post-production, and the people who have walked with her stray by stray. In the corner near the far of the table hangs the Presidential Medal of Freedom award to Cooney in 1995, year I was born, by President Bill Clinton. It's the highest civilian award one of them can achieve in this country. And among recipients have been Civil Rights Achievement Academist Rosa Parks, 1996, Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, 1993, baseball legend Harmoniation Robideau Comrie Proprietary in 2003, and author Harper Lee in 2007. Unless you're looking for the medical mail Cooney's office, you could easily miss it. And so scattered around in the dozens of Sesame Street plush toys and figurines, Cooney carries not seen in the United States. They're a small shine to Jim Henson in the late 60s conference room photo of Cooney with founding photos Joan Stone, Dave Connell, and Stan Gibbon all sharing a laugh. Near the conference table with Cooney received guests in the collection of black and white photos of her grandchildren. Wow. A boardroom, the collection of Peter G. Garrison, her husband, since 1980. Pearson came here live after a period that when she was not sure she would marry again. Tim Cooney was enough to care enough of marriage. When I came to Joan's assistant, she was very clear about something. Whoop said one day with a chuckle, my ex-husband came to want the job. over time despite the being accused of her over the phone. Wolf showed concern and compassion for Tim Cooney. He had few visitors who he was hospitalized in 1999 year. I was 4 years old, but Wolf arrived to cheer him. 2 days later, he was dead at 69 years old. And no joke, folks. She attended the memorial for him and his saloon at 7th Avenue. People up and spoke. Wolf said, I was there on Joan's behalf. She currently was not giving up, going to show up for that. I went to report the whole thing to back her. In 2008, Pearson and Cooney moved in a grand apartment on 5th Avenue. Then once belonged to Nelson. Okay. Sorry about that. Rockefeller. Okay. From the text deck, one can see the expanding of Central Park with the west, Lower Manhattan. Next page. To the south and the deep the Albemarle reaches of Manhattan to the north. Pearson recalled the early years of a marriage and births of children to divorce toward the other woman. Joan took more than she deserved in the kind of metro tourism for my children. Excuse me. I guess he called it when they would go to great lengths to send her a message knowing that a certain piece of behavior would cause this former of her part without being so equipment that if could be rude, which is not understandable. Before we got married, Joan used to have what it could be called, she called sinking spells. She had no children. And suddenly had to go from 0 to 5. And they were making life terribly difficult for her. Joan had since managed quite brilliantly have achieved this wonderful nexus between family and friendship with the kids, without all the psychological baggage of being their mother. So I think without exception, the kids now adore her and they respect her more mostly, and felt that very close to her. And I felt her very stepmother, called her very stepmother. Wow. The grandchildren have had no problems with me from the day they were born. Cooney said that what thank goodness. Grant and I, the older grandchildren call her Joni, while the younger ones call her Doe. They came about granddaughter Chloe, now 12. Well, now it's at the age of 22 or 23 or something like that. Tried to pick up my friends. Sometimes Peggy Noonan will address an email to Cooney, Dear Dole. Wow. Cooney and Chloe share an incredible bond. They took up piano together 3 years ago, and now duets. And have regular pizza and a movie dates. We see each other a lot, says Chloe Campbell, who credits Sesame Street to Inani Apostrophe. Big Bird was her favorite character. In the early 2000s, Chloe's grandmother began to work on the roads to Sesame Street, a memorial, which I haven't read before. I'll get to that in a moment. No biography that's been set aside for now, but it's one permanent passage recalls one day when Chloe was 9 months old. I put her in my lap and turned on Sesame Street. She immediately absorbed it Whether Big Bird or Elmo came on the screen, she leaned forward her the television set, and then patted the screen, trying to fed the feathers and the fur. She said, trying to fix for 45 minutes. She began watching the show with her mother and Nanny every day. I joined them whenever I had the time. I viewed the show with my children daycare centers to combine the result of our research. But I have never been before watching it was a child I knew, especially one whom I love. I have no idea how Sesame Street Playful was with letters and numbers to actually made Chloe's critical process. Before she was two, she was counting the steps of the stairs in our house in the country. Shortly thereafter, she was singing the ABC song, and then I find the letters and numbers on sight. She also displayed respectful verbal and comparative skills. One day, her nanny and I took her to Sesame Street to see a Sesame Street live show at Madison Square Garden. The place was packed with public school children from all over the city, and Chloe was one of the few white children there. And the first time I saw with my own eyes how our original dream of reaching children from minority, racist, and less privileged homes have been filled in. Wow. It was from watching Sesame Street with the grandchildren that Cooney concluded the series might benefit from having a new female character that could connect with the emerged generation of preschool girls who could seems to get enough of princess and fairies as Pink. Cooney recognized that the sales house of pop culture is once again swung. She wanted Sesame Street to have this surrogate. Soon might keep things current on the Sesame and who knows, might create another rush to Toys R Us and happen in the 80s. As happened in the 80s. After Children's Social Workshop dumped unproduced millions from the non-profit's endowment in the television product entitled The Best of Families. Not many people knew it, but Children's Social Workshop was very shaky in the May 80s, Cooney said. Our boat was very rocking. David Bray and I decided that we could go beneath $10 million in the endowment, and we were made about $14 million and fallen. Things go so bad that I have David plan that I had in my desk for safekeeping. We called that plan the little workshop. It was a downsized plan that would have shed everything except enough to keep Sesame Street going, to make a modern income, but we have cut costs even to do that. Just when things seem so dire, along with a toy called Talking Big Bird, which used new accelerated interactive technologies, which I'm a technician by the way, money started rolling in. It was a beginning of real turnaround analogy, okay. Sorry about that. For analogy, other things happened, but Talking Big Bird looked like hitting a jackpot in Las Vegas. Wow. On a slot machine, okay? We just couldn't believe that the chorus keep coming out, Talking Big Bird was a miracle. My husband used the expression, dumb luck beats, careful plan my every time, and I always said when things got bad, or something would coming up with the trend. Some you always have the workshop have really been stalked by good luck from the very began. Tell luck in terms. Next page. Okay, where's okay, there we go. We're the last 5 pages, 6 pages, and we'll be done. Of the health and the principal people, terrible and tragic luck. Otherwise, it would always been stalked by a certain amount of dumb luck. Cooney spray pink brainstorm ignite the charge to create Abby Cadabby. Another attempt to launch a funny festivity female lead character. The time proved Tony Guest, a Sesame Street staff writer since the early 1970s, provided initial construct that lead the development of the blonde spike with tiny wings and the magic wand that allowed her to call home with the scary fairy godmother. Abby, performed by English puppeteer comedian Leslie Cornelia Rudolph, is thus television's first fairy godchild. She was announced with great fanfare and public relations puffery in the summer of 2006. Liz Nelson, who was a brief term executive vice president and creative director for the workshop, explained in the New York Times with niche Abby Cadabby was intended to fill. We have a wacky and gentle, but we wanted a female lead character. If you think about the Mary Tyler Moore show, some girls relate to Rhonda. Who are Zoe? Some girls relate to Mary, was a girlie's girl, and we did not have that girl. Females turn from at this news, proving that more things change, the more they stay the same. When Sarah Chase arrives home to her Liberty job at the University of Maine, Farmington, she reads her knitting and sells into some quality television viewing. The former Sarah Marsred is in her mid-40s now, she was in her mid-50s now. Married 18 years to the Wire expert. She chased 2 cats and a dog, and a husband around a home. They share 90 miles north of Portland. Sarah undergraduate degree in dance and computer science at Graduate College in Baltimore. Later, she picked up a master's degree in health and fitness at the Springfield College in Massachusetts. Suffice to say that Sarah had found the fitness balance between left brain integral pursuits and right brain creative educators. What remains close-knit all these years is the love of television. She and her husband, Mike, had enjoyed the focusing surfing series that have defined primetime network schedules in recent years. Sarah continues to marvel at her father. It was in the late 70s, was now in the late 80s now, currently 9 years old recently. Remains Sesame Workshop Board of Chairman. After retirement in 1998, with the president of John and Mary R. Markle Foundation, Lloyd Morissette became chairman of Infinity, a public internet company. Morissette served on the board of Ray Corporation. As a member of a council on foreign relations, he took up piano late in the life and in the fitness profile man who could fly into Hawaii to compete in the Ironman triathlon. Michael Twin Portraits of Margaret and Joan Cunha born the entrance to a workshop corporate office in Long Plaza, just 500 steps away from the bar close of Marshall and the Parisian Opera House. Together, Martha and Cooney founded mom and pop non-profit that set a global standard for educational media for children, and today of operations of Sesame Street air in 140 plus countries. Now it's 150 countries now. Productions live and such. This bar is levels in Egypt, South America, Africa, India, and Northern Ireland. Cooley said once at several of Sesame Street's 20th anniversary, Jim Henson asked me on camera, "What's the biggest surprise you have had with the show?" And I said, being in Israel, forgiven productions have been filmed, but being in Israel and the Arab world have been extraordinary. And I said to Jim, my dream is one day there'll be on negatory table, and sometimes someone say something, and we'll be start a burn earning routine, and then peace will break out in the Middle East. Children's television has become a long way since Sesame Street debuted on stations on snowy reputation that record on faux balls have fed to the rabbit ears antenna. Sesame Street is a mandatory of PBS. I'm seeing towards the 40th anniversary, November 9, 2009, which is now the 50th year, November 2019. On-demand episodes on the show are available every time viewing on PBS Kids Sprout. Now it's called Universal Kids at the time. A digital channel offering around the 2 o'clock preschool program, and now it's on HBO Max, but it's on PBS Kids at the time. Jerry and Neil helped the Sprout deal together with Comcast and Hit Entertainment in 2005. Neil succeeded David Brett as Sesame Workshop's president and CEO in 2000, and has presented over especially in front of the period in the non-profit's history. Neil is a web-smart lawyer with a Salvadorian gift for initial asides, and one of the 3 founders of the Joan Kennedy School Center of Sesame Workshop. A media lab launched in 2007, whose mission is to accommodate and support research, exploitation, and expansions in digital media technologies to advance children's learning. Julie and Margaret are once again founders in the enterprise that links the tarnish or the gradual that they intend to keep going until sometimes they say stop. In a sense, Bert and Ernie have the opposite these days at Sesame Workshop. Adversaries developments that were always unlikely as a former notorious. The trademarks of the Muppets up Sesame Street reside at One Lincoln Plaza. After a strange spell with the Muppets of the poverty of next page, EMTV fared German media company that are narrowing collapse, such as the internet burst. The Hensons made a strategic decision to sell their company in 2000. Neil said, people were cashing out into all kinds of properties, especially brand names that have some relative in the world. Even to have a classic nature with a positive cashier was an open game at the time. People were pushing me in the workshop and to take SesameStreet.com to the public. It is called Sesame Workshop, SesameWorkshopStreet.com at the time, but that's just me. Trying to figure out when to SesameStreet.org nowadays, but anyway, when to collect hundreds of millions of dollars by creating a public stock offering of some kinds of private quality offering. There was lots of media money floating around the tons of ideas, good and bad. Can somebody say pets.com? Okay. Charles Bergson, president of Jim Henson's company, flew to Munich, Germany in the summer of 1999, and with Thomas Havla, CEO of EMTV, then Europe's largest distributor of children's television programming. I'll be honest, to broken in, billionaire Hoffa was almost Goopy-like in this edition of from the Muppets. Almost halfway the comedies were posters and photographs of Miss Piggy and Kermit. Have inducted in this desire of own the piece in the Muppets franchise with what Riskin said were not for sale exactly. Upon return to the States, Wiskin discovered that the Henson hires were open for the a sale for the company after all. But following 10 different years of adjusting to life without their father, during estate tax problems, and the changing landscape in the family entertainment, Kissel recalled the Henson kids basically said, "Wow, here's an opportunity." In some ways, it mirrored the outlook their dad had years earlier. That asked himself, "Do we want to run the business or we yourself? Someone that allow us to do what we want to do best, creative work." They decided to see what was out there and find a lot of interest. Wow. We just started Noggin, which is now called, but it's basically Noggin, a streaming app, by the way. A joint digital cable company channel, with Nickelodeon thought, gee, maybe we should buy the Muppets together. Thinking there might be a way for the workshop might collaborate to control over the characters. Nickelodeon could take over the licensing. Nick was already have an alliance partner with the workshop, so they would have a vested interest in allowing us to do our thing with the Sesame Street characters, and could have the alley as a strategy around the classic Muppets that didn't interfere or compete with Sesame. We fashioned a bid and things move up, and to a very unusual level. But the amount would be established in the value for the Muppet franchise, $300 million, was less than half of the amount was sold for. Wow. Our offer was made everyone grateful. Wow. Tony Hoffa threw a mind-boggling $680 million in cash and stock in the speed of the 5 Henson family children. Only 11 years earlier, Disney had paid $150 million. The deal with EMTV was a combination of February 2000. In Germany, as in the United States, properties were selling at the prices that seemed that really high. Just about everyone in Sesame Workshop, Gary Neal included, read the news in the Wall Street Journal and swallow hard. Had the workshop not only already goes of business relations with EM.TV, they'll have to be more stressed. Strange enough, there are licensing against agent in Germany. Neil said, and we always go on fine. But then another development occurred in Germany, followed by more stories in the journal. Tommy Hoffa and his brother Florence really drank the internet bubble Kool-Aid. While Neil said they began to view themselves as a mini Disney buying company left and right. But they were really onto in the March. And they saw the purchase of the Muppets as a way to put them on the map in the United States. But about a week after they did the deal, they put $1 billion on this table by buying half of Formula One, the oil racing circuit in Europe, from Bernie Ecclestone, how you pronounce it, who was one for chart character. Well, it was one at that point when they put down $1 billion. That's what I said to myself, it was one thing I was paying for the Muppets. Another thing, striking a deal with a week later to whatever those amount of initial money. All we wanted to be seen, those Deb, hello. Everyone's asking how are we possibly going to approach all of these management issues and make the companies work. The dream lasted about 2.5 days before they started running into problems. The financial community caught on them pretty fast, and the whole thing collapsed within them 6 months. Here in America, things weren't go so well. Either EMTV put a gal in place to run licensing at Henson. The first thing she did was move onto the Jim Henson's old office in New York. You can imagine how that went over. It was a statement essential to me. Wow, it's a new day, but it's interpreted as a fortune power to march and destroy the legacy. It was pretty ugly, and I agree. Things began to spiral down fast, and we caught in the middle of it. Here's a company that owns Big Bird Animal and Free Fall. Their stock goes to $110 to $2 in a matter of 2 months. Wow. Thomas Hoffa called me while I was in the beach in Hawaii during one of the student family's vacations. And I had there. Hoffa said, I was going to sell the Muppets. You better come to Munich. Next thing I knew, we were discussing a purchase price. We knew we had to put something together pretty fast. We were afraid, especially in the fire sale. They were going to sell the Muppets to God. Who knew? It would have been anybody who would not possibly have been the interest of Sesame was probably less. In a sense, Amos probably helped to save the day. To understand how it, next page, takes revisiting that that Winfield Christmas season of 1997, Take Me Elmo was a big hit. Wow. And the workshop was a spike in this 1998 revenues. Kell said. It was also a terrific year in the stock market, a $28 million increase. Extrapolate to the toys, $28 million revenues. Extrapolate the toys' success and the rise in value to the non-profit stock. Providence lead to the workshop's executive team to move forward with a plan to investigate Noggin, a digital cable channel for preschoolers. They're partner with Nickelodeon, one of MTV networks owned by Viacom. In 1998, the workshop invested $25 million in the project, and over time, the channel became the welcome decision of kids and parents. With money in the bank, the workshop was in position to strike when the Sesame Street Muppets became available. When MTV accepted the offer of $180 million, everyone, especially the puppets, was thrilled that we were able to bring them home, Neil said. It's protected Sesame Street and allowed our international expansion to continue. Own their characters has allowed us to maximize their proportional. We are now in control of our own destiny. To make the deal, the workshop borrowed $100 million for Submit Bank and some worked out the payment plan with EM.TV to pay the German company $7 million per year for 10 years. The final $10 million came out in the workshop's investment portfolio. Within a year, the workshop sold its half and invested in Noggin to Viacom from a whopping $100 million. That's a $75 million profit after only 5 years in the digital cable business. We used the net profit to to pay back a large percentage of $100 million loan. We prepaid that $7 million a year deal with EMTB. Finally reducing the cost of their purchase price. EMTB gave us a discount because we paid in cash. I think we saved $20 million. In May 2003, the Jim Henson Company bought back most of their shares from EMTB for the bargain price of $89 million. Other suitors, including bids by Disney and by Dead Valentine, once headed by European TV, were turned away by Hoffa. Wow. Observation of relief among the Hensons ensured. Then a year later, the dominations thing happened, and I'm not going to say the D word again, but anyway, the Muppets were sold again. After 11 years of making efforts to do so, the Walt Disney Company finally bought the classic Muppets on February 17, 2004. For just quote some, Brian Henson, co-chairman and co-chief executive of Jim Henson Company, said Michael Enchanter's long-standing passion and respect for the Muppets gave me and my family called Henson Disney as a partner. It all ended up in the gold place that happened to end up. Wow. Gary Nail said, "We own the Sesame Street characters and Disney owns the classic Muppets." You got back years earlier, and you can see exactly the way Jim wanted it, and I agree. We march all tolls away and wonder whether their grand plan to all the transpires and whatever unfolds and it goes. Sometimes, as Joan Cooney was spurly believes, it seems that you're ever lucky or you're not. Other times it seems like it concludes and collections so the surprise and surprisingly happens for a reason. What if Richard Hunt had not thrown the skinny red puppet to Kevin Clash? In 2009, it's hard to imagine what world without Elmo. A character with curious and unescapable, and that newborn seemed to emerge that would warm with an Elmo doll and imagine attack with an unmentionable cord. Made children think Elmo said Elmo before they said bye-bye. Elmo's a marching wonder of our age. But more than that, as Sesame Street approached age 40, which now turned into 50 plus years old, Elmo remains the abominant of the show. He is an exotic, inquisitive, trusty, embracing, and knowledge, playful, lively star who long ago eclipsed Big Bird. Although the 80-foot tall canary made Sesame Street the most influential children's television show the world ever seen. Elmo simply renewed the mission and added influence as the right movement. As President John F. Kennedy might have said, Elmo discriminated Viger. That's not what Kennedy had to say, but that's just me. The final lines of Kennedy, as far as I address, came to my mind, and let's see, concluded with a good consonance of our sure reward, the history with the final judge of our deeds. Let us go through to lead the land we love, and I agree with that. Asking his blessing is his help. Best known here on earth, God's work must truly be our own. It must may well be with Joe and John's, Jim's son John, Joe and Jeff, and Lloyd, and Dave, and everyone else in the gang were doing God's work on earth. Exactly. Put a finger in your lips and say with a Jim Henson sight might. Man. So that was the upwatch of the book. I think it was perfect. to finish off the book. I'm gonna have to end this right here, and I'll get to the let's say title it final thoughts will be coming up next, but that's just me, of course. But anyways, guys, that was episode of Book Reviews, episode 20. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one, which is going to be the final thoughts of the book Street Gang. Until next time, salute Jefferson, goodbye, peace out, baby. We get more videos, guys, very soon. Till then, Jefferson out. See ya. Okay, we're... How much percent done we are? Okay, this book is nearly 100% done. Okay. Facebook. Yeah, I'm actually gonna start without you, you know? I'll get back to that in a moment. But anyway, don't worry about me, Billy. I'm just gonna get prepared for. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is Street Gang. Muppet Wiki. Okay. Hmm. Oh, I see. Milestone. Okay. Let's go ahead and see. Anyway. Where are we? I am not looking for a different language remakes. That is not what I'm looking for. It came out in 1983. And what should we do? We're not adding someone was or when we no. Okay, now what I'm gonna do now is list Sesame Street episodes with recycle plot. Okay, story arcs. What else we can do? No. Come on, really? Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to Book Reviews, episode 21. And finally, after 5 years in the making, we finally got finished reading the book called Street Gang. Now, I read the entire book, and it took me 5 years in the making of reading this book, so let's get started on the final thoughts, shall we? So we got Areta. The final errors, put it in the paperback second edition of the book. On page 1, Davis misstated the year that Frank Oz joined the Muppets. Sitting there by was Frank Oz, who in 1969, Sesame's debut year, became Henson's age, have joined the Muppets while out of high school. Wow. On page 84, however, Davis states the year correctly 6 months after Swing's arrival, i.e. 1963. In chapter 5, page 80, Davis writes, down the years, Jane Henson famously, how the name Muppet was drove in the module of marionette and puppet. As Sarah claims appears in the 1993 book, the Jim Henson The Works, which I'll get back to that some other time, which Davis refers 6 times in the chapter. Yeah. However, the 2003 Washington Post article cited Jane Henson's spots on the subject. Puppeteer Jane Henson has said her husband just like with the word. In page 140, features a photo of Jess Monson Cookie Monster, with the caption, Cookie Monster owns and extensions. The Jess Monson head writer of the character was introduced. Joan Stowe was the head writer for this first season, which is good enough. Moss replaced him the following season. The error was corrected in chapter 16 in page 255. Page 221. The footpad says that Joan Stone took over as executive producer of Sesame Street, which David Connell and Seth Gibbon began working with the Venture Company. Connell was still the executive producer of Sesame Street when the Venture Company started its first season. Stone replaced Connell in Sesame Street in season 4 when Gibbon became executive producer of the Venture Company in season 2. On page 244, Dave gives a mistaken explanation of the term right-handing, sometimes referring as doing right hands and right hands. The restoration but necessary taking operative with the wide to control the arm of the character that's not being multiplied by a main performer is called right hand. Although this is obviously true, right hand is such a use of reference to the live hand Muppet rather than hand rod Muppet. Page 246 to 247 talks about the explanation of Cookie Monster, saying that the character's personality was terminated after game show sketch ended him to choosing Cookie as a prize. However, Cookie Monster did not appear in that sketch. The monster who did, however, appear in was Beautiful Day Monster. Page 248, incorrectly refers Roosevelt Fragrance Fred, same sounds brown as Sam Sound Brown. Page 276 talks about a special Sesame Street Christmas, mentioning that Leslie Uggams, Alpha Mervyn, and Algernon Coco was all area guests in the Muppet Show before top names talent before began flocking in the syndicated show after the first season. America Collin never appeared in the Muppet Show. When Uggams began to guest star in the season 3, at which point the show was already a hit. On page 327, listed enriching progressive groundbreaking series that Dave Connell wrote as executive producer for Liz Out to Lunch was not a series but a TV special. Which I agree. Page 332, inquiry states that Norman Stiles joins the Sesame Street writing staff in 1969. He joined in 1971 for the first show's first season. And that'll be it for my criticism about Street Gang. Now I'm gonna go ahead and talk about the 2009 through 2020 now, about the milestones and Sesame Street story arcs and episode recycle parts. 2009 was a Sesame Street partners with USAID and launched Sesame Street Presents The Adventures of Amy and Big Bird, an outreach effort to provide research about HIV positive and AIDS to Nigerian children and caregivers. Wow. Coming Home Maternity Families Cope with Climate Change airs April 1st on PBS. The special tells the story of service members who return home with injuries, visible and invisible, and explores the heroic struggles with families and facing discovering a new way of finding a new normal. It's hosted by Queen Latifah and Elmo, featuring John Mayer. So again, a new Sesame Street block premieres in Denmark with original Danish material Danish Elmo. Wow. Sesame Street wins 122nd Daytime Emmy Award and is honored the Lifetime Achievement Emmy from Natas. Wow. Celebrating its 40th anniversary, as I mentioned in the book, with the launch of the new season with actually 4 years to this day. The premiere on November 10th, 2009. Sesame Street marketed the commercial book, which I'll have to read some other time, and DVD set. As well as a Link won't take over the Google logo. Michelle Obama, First Lady, plans to go with Elmo Big Bird on Sesame Street. 2010, when Family Grieves airs April 14th PBS. Special presents story of families coping with the death of a parent as Elmo's family deals with the death of Uncle Jack. Wow. Season 41 addresses the process of family investigations with 13 shows focusing on this topic. One of the main cultural goals encourage children to think systematically in the model of the ceramic process. Wow. Okay. 2011. The documentary Being Elmo, A Puppeteer's Journey, to be on the Sundance Film Festival. The film focused on the life and career of puppeteer Kevin Clash. Wow. The show's boys' second season debut in September, teaching lessons based on the show's new STEM curriculum to teach science. Wow. The video game Once Upon a Monster debuts on Xbox Kinect. Then in 2012, Sesame Workshop and Microsoft launched Kinect Sesame Street TV for the Xbox Kinect system, allowing viewers to interact with the program and characters while watching specially create episodes of the show. While the demise of the show's fourth season, Elmo's was replaced with a new segment, Elmo the Musical. Sesame Street received national media attention when President candidate Mitt Romney mentioned Big Bird in the presidential debate, which I felt worried for Big Bird and Jim Blair at the time. The Little Woman, Little Children, Big Challenges Divorce is delayed release online, especially the resource by Bill presents strategies for families and children coping with divorce, as advocate Debbie deals with divorce of her parents. Yeah, and I think Kevin Clash have left the project after so many years after that. Now, 2013 has been a long journey for Sesame Street. Now, he's become the first non-profit YouTube channel and the first U.S. children's media outlet to reach 1 billion viewers. Wow. Real Children Big Challenges and Accreditation is released online, providing support to kids who has one more parents in jail. Wow. Season 44 debuts, focus on Hispanic culture, as well as exclusive functioning skills. The season also introduced a new human character, Amarno, a new Cookie Monster segment. 2014, the documentary I Am Big Bird premieres at Canada's Hot Dogs Festival. Highlights the life and career of the longtime Sesame Street puppeteer Carol Spinney. Sesame Street hosted its first panel at San Diego International Comic-Con. Wow. Virtual Hotel, UK co-production debuts on BBC in Europe and YouTube in the United States. And 2015 came when Sesame Amigos, an American-based spin-off of the Sesame Spanish language series, Plaza Sesamo, debuted in the United States on Univision. Sesame Street and autism, which I've been diagnosed with autism ever since I was 18 months old, seeing amazing and all children, and Minister AIM and all regarding the same amount of autism is launched in October 2015. Wow. Now, 2016 has some parts of what happens to PBS now and what happens to the changes of Sesame Street back in the days with HBO. When the 46th season introduces new changes to the set along with the show's move to the channel. New channel is sorted half-hour format. New episodes debuted first run on HBO and the air on PBS the following 9-month window. 2017 came when Sesame Street 47 introduces Julia, a mother with autism, in episode 447-15, and give Abby Cadabby a stepbrother named Ruby in episode 47-31. Animals World returned to reformatted short segments. Sesame Street kicked off its 48th season with the primetime special, The Magical Wand Chase. Now, here's some sad, difficult times in 2018. Now, remix, if you watch this for you. Now, Carol Spinney in 2018, the original performer by Big Burnout to Grouch, retired from performing during the production of the show's 50th season. Sesame Workshop, and finally Sesame Workshop launches online resources to help children coping from homelessness. The series of videos later featuring Lily, the first Sesame Street character who experienced homelessness. There's a lot going on in 2019. Sesame Street coming its 50th season anniversary of a year-long celebration that includes the release of new books and videos, a nationwide road trip, and the primetime television special, which I like. The campaign respects bringing each other launches, teaming the Sesame Street Muppets with characters of Game of Thrones and Westworld to teach the importance of respect. Julia's family were previously introduced in a digital storybook, made its first on-screen appearance in the series of resource videos produced for Sesame Street's Autism Native. A Sesame Street themed era opens at SeaWorld in Orlando, Florida. Sesame Workshop announced follow-ups to homelessness resources Curry, a young monster in the care of 2 foster parents. Appears in a series of videos that foster care that premieres in May, with more videos focusing on substance about fall in October. The Inspired State Building, it's lit in Sesame Street yellow and green on November the 10th, in honor of the show's anniversary. 2 days prior, Big Bird, the original performer Carol Spinney, prepared to flip the ceremonial switch to the building. Spinney was honored in the New York City mayoral proclamation on November 8th as Carol Spinney Day. He died the following next month. Sesame Street received the Kennedy City Honor for lifetime honor achievements, marking the first time a television program has been honored. Wow. Now, I'm going to give you one more thing, and that is 2020. And then we'll do 2 more. 2020 as Sesame Workshop launches Caring for Each Other, an initiative designed to help families during the coronavirus pandemic. I don't know what the hell we're going to do. A combination television special Endless Playdate is someone on September, August, and April 14th across several networks. Wow. This is cool. Now we're going to do 2 more, and we're going to get our final thoughts and ratings on this, and we'll wrap things up, okay? Now, rest in peace, Carol Spinney. You're going to be dearly missed by all of us. Now the story arcs began with a trip to New Mexico trips, okay? Now, season 7 came out in 1975, days 1 to 6, trip to New Mexico in 1975, then trip to Hawaii on season 9, 1977 and 1978, when Buffy invites her friends to visit her in Hawaii. Subby is homesick for Hawaii. Big Bird's winning a trip to Hawaii. Big Bird plans to go to Hawaii, preparing for Hawaii. Hawaii stage 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6, and finally return for Hawaii. It came from when the time my dad was graduating from high school and went to college at the time. Trip to Puerto Rico in 1979, and 6 episodes of film on location of St. German. See also Sesame Street in Puerto Rico. I'm not going to click on anything about this in the episode per se, but that's just me, of course. 1 to 6 is all of that Puerto Rico stuff. Camp Eagle Rock was season 14 premiere. Trip to Montana, season 23. The Invitation, days 1 to 5, and The Return. It's all up there. Events are A Cold Day in Sesame Street, season 5. Heavy Snow Falls on Sesame Street. Goofy's I Love and Snowball Fight. Maria the Paris and the Ghost Scheme. Snow Directions, Officer Slippery of Cyrano. Maurice Sings Snow. Oh wow. Showing Snow on Sesame Street. Also there's a Grouchy Wear Hat. Building a Snowman. Gloves for Snowballs. Big Bird forgot not to mail a snowball. Oh my god, yeah, not to, yeah. Big Bird looks for coming in the cold. Big Bird and it was make the snow without shoveling. And Officer's Wear Hat. And this is season 5 of Snow in the Sesame Street. Wow. Big Bird goes to GBE, season 7 and 8. Wow. Big Bird starts night school. Mr. Hooper study for the exam. Mr. Hooper studies with a friend. And Mr. Hooper graduates from high school. Wow. This is a lot of time when he was educated at the time. Wow. Again with Snow on Sesame Street? Okay. Big Bird makes wooden snowflakes in season 7. Big Bird plans for snow. Fresh as fall snow. A Muppet is hired to shovel snow. Big Bird and Snuffy bang Snowman. And Snow Patient. And Sesame Street is frozen. And finally, season 11 came in, well, I'm not going to read the rest of the whole episodes of required art. It took me a whole time to read that, but that's just me. Tiny Cars, Fix Shop Brigade renewed. Yeah, this will be, regarding plans of Grouch Home is wrecked. Wow. Painting the shop. Louise book was a party for the helpers. Last day of Noise, Olivia's movie helped the old shop become new. Wow. Season 13. Cousin visits during a snowstorm. Maria's cousin Mercedes come to visit. Zero the Penguin come to visit. The snowstorm reached to Sesame Street, making deliveries in the blizzard. Big Bird pretended to be a penguin. Pretending penguins. Big Bird's gonna bring Puerto Rico to Sesame Street. Oh my god. Maurice and Zero head back home. Wow. Luis break his arm in season 16, 1985. Wow. Luis break his arm. Luis deal with his broken arm. Luis is bored with his broken arm. Big Bird helps Luis in his arm. Luis wants to be helpful. Dr. Foster check up his Luis. Luis has been examining dress. Luis has been blowing up balloons. Wow. Luis has his cast move. Fresh out of cast. Luis take it slow. Luis adopt a kitten on season 19, 1987. Gina finds a stray kitten. The kitten is named Jetta. Jetta finds a home. Maurice have a first date. Wow. Now, here's a lot of it with the whole Maurice getting married in season 19 and 20. I talk about it in the book, but that's just me. Maurice and Mary fall in love. Maurice and Maria love each other very much. Big Bird asks why Luis and Maria aren't getting married yet. Luis and Maria decide to get married, pre-wedding party, preparing for the wedding. These are 5 types of honeymoon episodes, by the way. The honeymoon, Luis and Maria prepare to leave. The honeymoon, Luis and Maria reach their campsite. Honeymoon, Luis and Maria get no peace. Honeymoon, Big Bird runs away to Luis and Maria. Honeymoon, Luis and Maria return home. Luis and Maria and the Maria. Luis and Maria remains in their wedding. Luis and Maria celebrate their anniversary. Wow, okay. Season 22, 1991. Rebuilding Hooper's store. Hooper's store is brought apart. Mr. Ham prepares for his new store. Rebuilding Hooper's. Remodelation are completed at Hooper's. And finally, Hooper's store grand reopening. And season 22, same season, cleaned the back lot, discovered the lot, organizing the cleanup, cleaning up the lot, planting the garden, and finally, Gordon received an award for the project. Wow. Now, season 24 is a long distance story between Telly Brooks breaks his arm. Now, it's a different story. Telly breaks his arm, Telly visits Dr. Singh, Telly has a cast in his arm, Telly remains active even with a cast in his arm, Telly the broken arm blues, Oscar wants to sign Telly's cast, Telly has his cast removed, and finally Telly's first day without the cast. Now, the first time I watched Sesame Street was only season 29 and 30. After that, I went to Winston Forest Elementary School at the time. Now, Slimy to the Moon was one of them, and then here they are. The Moon, Wasa, Launch, The Space Keepers, Solar Crisis, Mrs. Slimy #1, Monster Moon Watch, Landing, Slimy's Birthday at the Moon, Mrs. Slimy #2, and finally, Return. Now, the only thing about Return is the last time they were to see what should I call this? The time of Mr. Hanford and all the good activities. And then around the corner. After that was over, it was Alan's turn, because Alan, who was played by Alan Marca at the time, he was the owner to do Hooper's store nowadays. That's just me. The Hurricane season 4, and finally Hurricane season 32, and here they are. Prepare Nation, A Nest Destroyed, Memories, Rebuilding, and The Final Twig. Birth and Adoption. Miles' Adoption, season 17. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, Part 4. And Miles' first birthday. We got Gabby's birth. Season 20, 1989. Maria visits the doctor. Maria's mother visits. Decorating the baby room. Looking forward to a new baby. Uncle Wally takes care of Maria. Maria goes to labor. And Gabby's birth. Aww. Anyway, Curly Bear's birth. Season 34, and there's another one for season 35, and here they are. Application, just like Invitation for Yes, for example, Kirby's birth, and Kirby comes home, and finally, Goldilocks and the 4 Bears. Wow. Marco's Adoption, season 47 to 2006. Parts 1, 2, and 3, and 4. That's the final part, but anyway. 2-part, and then finally, we got 2-part stories. New Tree on Sesame Street, season 8, 1976. Building Stuffy or actually knocking down a tree. Street resistance petitions to replace the tree. The Star Wars people visit. Now, C3PO and R2-D2 visits. Season 11, 1980. Bring a message and return. Also beep and I say banana inserts. And season 12, the adult series officers can spend the night in the can and finally the next morning. And season 13 as follows. Timmy and Oscar at Warm TV, season 13. Timmy works for Warm TV, and Timmy signs on another day at Warm TV programming. Season 14, 1983, has Oscar teach Lena to be grouchy. Wow. Parts 1 and 2. I never seen the image to be exist in that time. But anyway. Season 28. I mean 18, excuse me, 1987. And then The Best Friends Game. Preparing for The Best Friends Game and appearing on The Best Friends Game. Season 20, 1989. Oscar's Best Pet Seagull. Parts 1 and 2. Season 21, 1990, Monster State Kindergartens Parts 1 and 2, Season 1, 21, 1990, Fire at Susan and Gordon's Parts 1 and 2, Season 22, 1991, Hurricane. Now, same for the Season 22, for the Hurricane, Prepare for the Hurricane, and finally, the Aftermath of the Hurricane. Now, Season 26, 1995, the year I was born, had Gabby the Lost Dog, Parts 1 and 2, and Season 27, Part 1996, had Baby Bear Sleepovers at Gabby's, Parts 1 and 2, Season 28, 1996, and the Maria's in the hospital. Now, it hurts really bad in Parts 1 and 2. Yeah. Season 45, in 2004, had Snuffy's Invisible. Yeah, and don't know what happened in Parts 1 and 2. And Season 46, 2005, in the Adventures of Bill Big Bird, Parts 1 and 2. The Magician's Got Me Him Little, whatever. And finally, Zoe breaks her arm. Wow. 2019, 2020, Season 2050. Zoe breaks her arm, and finally they're dog days and engineers. Now, what happened to her? I mean, God. Now, I'm going to read one more article, and I'm not going to read the rest of it, just to be clear. And then all I have to do now is complete it with the whole entire thing. I'm not going to read the whole entire thing, that's just me, but that's just the whole thing, part of the story. Now, the original is on 406, episode 706, and yada. But anyway, all of these came from over here, and the rest, I'm going to go ahead and read off what's left off, starting with upcoming seasons. You know what? Egg cream. Mr. Hooper's egg cream. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool enough. Hooper's in a broken window. Yeah. Yeah, I'll pretend I have to stop this, but, that's just me. Up until 490 10. Well, yeah, whatever. But anyway. Oh, man, I love doing that episode. In any way, shape, or form. But, I don't know what happened to that rerun. Don't know what happened to that rerun at all. Just me. Wall Adventure on Sesame Street. Now, the problem here with Sesame Street is, when they show up the top part of the Sesame Street, there's for the second rerun and the third rerun. Now, what happened here was, it was all that mistake in all the Sesame Street episodes. All of this is going up and down. Now, Bad Boy Black Metal's Big Bird? What? Yeah, I'll just go ahead and wrap things up. When we come back, we'll get our final rates and turn it up and go up and down some more. Once we get done with episode number 21, I'll finish this book review for the rest of and then finish book reviews for the rest of the year. We'll be right back. Oh, man. How long is this going to take? 42 minutes. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm back, folks. Get ready to wrap up book reviews the rest of the day, and we're gonna sign off this out in 2020 day number 228, and then we'll be done. So there you go. Let's do it. But anyway, whew, much better. Welcome back to Book Reviews, episode number 21. I just came back from eating pizza, so what are my final thoughts on Street Gang? Well, it's based on Sesame Street from my childhood, and I always loved Sesame Street as a kid. And to be fair, Sesame Street is an all-time favorite show as a kid, and it really was to this day, and to believe it, I love the show, and I really love to see what it is to this day. When it first came out in the 90s, when it first came out in the 60s, when I first realized it came out in that long, I didn't know it came out when I first heard about it in the 35th anniversary season. I was only 9, I didn't know what, nearly close to be 9, I didn't know what Sesame Street was in 1969 was about. When they say, Sally, you really love to see what's doing with Sesame Street, everybody seems to, well, yeah. I'm like, freaking out. Before it was like YouTube at the time, in 2006, before it was established by Google. But then 2007 came when I first established LJPCBM. I just ordered Sesame Street Volume 1. Old school, you know? But then Sesame Street Volume 2 came, and I purchased that same copy, you know? I'm like, okay, it was great, but overall it was a great success for Sesame Street's old school days. For me, I really like to see more of Sesame Street, but then I want to show you my brief history of my life with Sesame Street. Okay. Sesame Street, when I first started watching it, it was 1996 or 95. It was a Christmas gift from my mom, telling me I really love to see what was besides from Barney Live New York City and these two tapes that I have recently, like two tapes like Barney and Babe and Rudolph, the Breaking Bad's version on CBS. And to be fair, this one I have got it from Sony Wonder. It's been released. It's been previously been released by Random House. It's called Animal Sing Along Guessing Game, and it came out in 1991, and it was 4 years prior. It came out in Sony Wonder when it came out in 95. That tape, and that tape was 4 years. The tape Random House was about 4 years old when I first born, and I was like, when this tape came out in 95, I figured it was time for us to purchase that tape, and then however when I first heard Big Bird's Band Plays Together was on that tape, I was like, oh no, the right side, the left side, I didn't freak myself out, man. when Zoe's Magic Shoes came along with Big Bird's plays together, yeah, it's all cassette tapes, and it was all-time players on video. But then back in the 90s, late 90s, I watched Sesame Street's latest episodes, followed by some other video cassettes, like the Alphabet Juggle Game and the others. You know, like because I do not want it to count at the time until 1, 2, 3 count with me, because I learned the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 at the time, because I don't know how to count until ABCs. Yeah, they learned I learned the alphabet to A to Z at the time, but in all cases, one of my favorite ones was the Barney's Alphabet Zoo. I was a huge Barney fan per se. Not much I like this one I got today. But then I got the another Sesame Street copy on VHS, which is amazing because I was a technician back then. Which is Elmo, and not really an Elmo VHS tape. It was Elmo's World at the time. I really loved Elmo, but in 2001, but prior to 2001, which I have kids' favorite songs in Scooby-Doo's and Zombie Island. Which, by the way, one of my favorite moments in Sesame Street ever made in Sesame Street history was when they decided to... No, hold on. Okay, when they decided to have the Oinker sisters bring up this little pig on the market. When I was and then when I saw that, I want to hug the lead singer. Period. Because even though she sings, "There's one pig in the market," I was like freaking out. I'm just like, yeah, I want to hug her so bad. Sugi Oinker, come here, you. Love her to death, you know, just, even though she was portrayed by Ivy Eisen, who did in the 80s and the early 2010s, such as me. I really love Ivy, because even though she portrayed Sugi Oinker at the time, because in the late 80s and mid-80s, because I'm portrayed the pigs, and I love pigs, that's why I love pigs, because of Sesame Street, you know. And that's how I love pigs. And when I discovered that Easter Bunny, the bunny came and I hugged her while I was having a daycare center, that was way after I went to school at the time. I discovered that the Easter Bunny, the bunny hugged me, and I found out that Sesame Street came out. But prior to Elmo's World at the time, when I was at Georgetown, I watched most of the tapes from that late to Elmo's World. The 50-minute segment, but that's just me. When I purchased Elmo Visits the Firehouse. That's just me. During 9/11, they decided to put Elmo in the firehouse. Which I'll get back to that in another series, which I'll be doing in later years. But right now, it's time for what I'm doing right now. But at the moment, there was Elmo and the fire safety hat. You know, it goes, I can't remember what he's saying at the time, but that's just me. Then in 2004, I stopped, or 2005, whatever, I purchased a lot of DVDs and stopped by Alice World, respectively. Because I really love to buy a more Sesame Street rather than just, buy a big comfy couch, because, it's one of my childhood favorite shows at the time. But then shows like episodes of Sesame Street, whatever, give me opportunity to branch out with Sesame Street, Barney, and other things. Whatever got up to me to record Toon Disney at the time. And I really got back into that because I really loved Toon Disney. Then in 2006, I got back to watch Sesame Street. And then because of that, I really loved Sesame Street the most. Now Sesame Street is on YouTube. It was a new site called YouTube. It was there that I watched season 35 closing credits, plus the timeline from each day, whatever. And so I discovered YouTube back in the day, besides in the Smosh days when they lip synced the songs at the time. And I discovered that Teen Titans saw the end episode, part 3. Well, it was part 29's number. I can't remember because someone got suspended from YouTube at the time. That's just me. I don't know who uploaded that, but that was 2006 at the time when I discovered YouTube. Then in 2007, I have in the manage of the create a YouTube channel where I discovered YouTube, where I created a YouTube account, and I subscribed to a YouTube user who is a Sesame Street fan, a Margie fan, and others, of course, who kept saying, I can't remember his line, but from Willy Wonka, from Gene Wilder, late Gene Wilder, that is. I'm sorry. Oh yeah. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. But anyway. But until 2019, I think that the way, I thought it was a bad idea for Jonathan, who told me, the bandwidth of what happens now with the bands of Disney for owning the Marcy characters. And he said, you get nothing, you lose, good day, sir. I'm like, nod in my head. And he banned one of my videos uploaded to Georgia Public Broadcasting. And he just suddenly got mad at me for copyright law school. And then if you watch this, Brian Jordan, I'll talk to you about it another time in Rain Rain podcast. But that's just me. Then 2009, somebody did a rent video on my own properties. Then in 2010, I watched most of Sesame Street, except the fact that I recorded the entire Sesame Street, not on this DVR which I'm using now, but on a DirecTV DVR at the time. Then 2010, I want to record most of the Sesame Street episodes. Sometimes I record the 40th anniversary runs. 2010 was the best year of educational, but sometimes the most unintentional funds. Sometimes my brother Morgan was like, oh my god, it was a lot of fun, but you have to excuse me for a moment. And then sometimes it will be like, not his head, not to tell about it, not filming, yada yada. But that's all bullshit and anything, but that's just me. Then then years later went by, I discovered that Sesame Street was celebrating its 50th anniversary. Then Carol Spade retired, and I watched HBO, and watching HBO when, during that time, I was going to be a college student at Winter Springs. And 2016 was the worst year. 2017 was the best year for the company in the 10th anniversary until it shut down VidMe. Then 2018 came, I discovered that LJPCBM had its ups and downs with a transfer of year. 2019 was the best year for LJPCBM on Vimeo, but Internet Archive was its best heights. But it turned to the point where I gotta watch Sesame Street on TV when I celebrated its 50th year, and then Carol Spade retired in 2018. And I wanted to see his cons during my reaction video of to Carol Spade at the time of LGBT, but no, it didn't happen because about months later, he passed away suddenly at the age of 85, 86, something like that. I can't remember, but he suddenly passed away, sadly, briefly. But then in November 2019, they are celebrating Sesame Street's 50th anniversary. Then November 17th, 2019, they celebrated the 50th season of Sesame Street, with the ongoing force until last few weeks ago, because even though Sesame Street celebrated the 50th year, and they want to deal with HBO Max because now with the Not Too Late show with Elmo at the time, and another spin-off which will be coming up called Mecha Builders, and of course another show that's coming out this year, a special coming out this year called I can't remember, but it's but this year they're coming out with a CEM report called. They already came out with a CEM report called The ABCs of COVID-19. Not know what to say. They're also going to come out with a book, Basics, in 2019, based off of Grover. But that's just me. I want to watch it. That's just me. But then they came out with Helpsters on HBO on Apple TV Plus, and I watched Big Bird on the Kino. I'm like, yay! And I did my head banging horns with my hands in the time, and I'm like, oh my god, this is Big Bird. I love Big Bird and everything else, so that's just me. Without getting out of breath, what do I rate this book? I get the book, Street Gang, when it gets back where it came from. Oh, come on, really? I don't want to torn the book. Seriously? You want to do that? No. It's not fair. Just don't do that. Hang on. That's all. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're done with this book. Okay. Without provocations, I'm giving this book a 9.5 out of 10. I really love the occasion of Sesame Street, and my childhood is a lifetime achievement, and I really love the book anyway. So I highly recommend you check out the book and give it a go. But anyways, guys, that wraps up a book reviews, episode 21. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next book review episode. I'm not sure what book I'm going to read next. That's coming next year. But for now, I'm doing LJPCBM episodes. But I need to relax tomorrow and Sunday. Till next time, so Jefferson, goodbye. Peace out, baby. We got more book reviews, guys, very soon. Till then, Jefferson out. See ya. And we're cleared. We're definitely cleared. I recommend you check the book at right. So 21 taping part 2 there. And all we need to do now is just save some projects by the time I rate all of this, but you know, that's just me, of course. 16 minutes? Oh my god. And all you have to do now is I can't be able to edit for the rest of the day, so all I have to do is accept the fact that I need to do is complete the project. So I'll do the book review editing tomorrow, but for now, let's do the unboxing video editing. I'm almost done with the editing, so there you go. Now all I have to do now is complete the project, and it's all settled. 2 things to do tomorrow: the editing of book reviews, and the 95's unboxing videos. There. Check. And all you have to do now is export that and export all of this, and what we need to do is complete 20. I'm not going to complete 20 tonight. I'm going to export 19 and we'll be done, and then export the rest of these projects. I'm not going to be done for all this from the night, however, because it's going to be a long night for LJPCBM Such Qual, however. Let's see how many gigabytes I have left, okay? To the projects I have done. After all the taping I'm done is over with. The book reviews and the FWL thing will be done for the night. So, let's see. Okay. 888.59 gigabytes. Good. Okay. Now all we need to do is delete the project itself. And open up iMovie, Final Cut Pro. Okay. And I heard cars honk in the background. You have to excuse that, but that's just me. And I have to delay some Ripley's We Were 9 episodes to another time, but right now it's just things I have to get ready for, you know? That's just me. Okay, here we go. Okay. Internet Express. Okay. Episode 21 there. Oh, man. Automatically, book reviews is done. No. $10 hours? Nah. Book reviews? Nah. 93%, check. No. I highly recommend you read the book by yourself. I'll just leave it there. Okay. Okay. As soon as I get done with this and I'll just get done with this anyway. I'll see you tomorrow for 2020 day 229. Just again, it'll leave here. See ya.